The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is sponsored by Two Fat Lardies and also by the generous donations of you, the listener. Many thanks goes to Tom Privatera, David Jacowsin, Alex McIntosh, Tobias Whiting, Elliot Woodruff, Marcus Wheeler, Frank Reynolds, and Glenn Oberhauser. Guys, many thanks for your most generous support. It's the 15th of June. It's actually, isn't it? Isn't that the anniversary of the night before Quatre Bras?
Yeah,
it is, isn't it? There we go. 15th. It's 15th of June.
We are actually late for the Duchess of Richmond's ball.
Oh, that's terrible.
There's a stall.
I told her I wasn't going. The wine's crap.
Yeah. Enter a Prussian from the east.
With mud on his boots.
That gentleman will ruin the ball.
I'm not a
Prussian in the wood.
I'm not a Prussian. It's just the way my name's spelled. We digress. Shocking indeed, horror. Welcome to episode 172 of the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. I'm Neil Shuck, and on this episode, I am joined once again by the Welsh wizard himself, Mr. Michael Hobbs.
Hello.
Hello, sir. And we're joined by the man who we still haven't got a name for, but who's from the wilds of Peterborough, Mr. Michael Whitaker.
Who's still wondering what he has to do to get lead billing over Hobbsy. Lucky you in a cupboard doesn't seem to work.
No. It's because I let him out the cupboard.
We have Captain Sensible, who forever now will be known as the man with the van, Mr. Dave Luff.
Meeples on tour. Hello.
Meeples, indeed. And welcome back to the man with the surfboard, amongst other things. It's Mr. Rich Jones. Hello, mate.
Yeah, hello everybody.
Oh, welcome back, mate.
Good to be back. Good to be back.
Good stuff. As Mr. Hobbs previously tweeted just before we started recording, we're getting the band back together, guys. Here we all are after about a month off, something like that. All completely my fault. Without going into too much detail, just to say that I needed a bit of a break away from things due to things that were going on.
It was me, wasn't it? It was me, wasn't it? I just upset you, trying to organise you, and you just went off. I can't do it anymore.
I just couldn't cope. I really just couldn't cope.
He said he wasn't going to do another show till I came back.
Exactly, yeah.
I heard it was his dice rolling in the last game we played. He just gave up.
I heard it was something about my editing, but I might be mistaken.
So we've had a quick chat, Neil, and we decided that, frankly, you're a liability. So, we're back, and welcome to the Mike, Rich, and Dave show.
No, don't lock me back in the cupboard.
Now, does anyone know how these buttons work? What does this big red button do?
That's the record button that Neil doesn't normally press.
How do we get the sound? Where's the music?
Welcome back to Meeples and Miniatures. Actually, before we go on, one thing I did want to say is I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who passed on goodwill messages and best wishes and stuff over social media when I said I was taking a break, and lots of people passed comment and wish me well and what have you. I just want to say thank you, really appreciated. Just want to reassure you, it's not a health issue. Okay, so I'm okay on that side of things. And actually, one thing actually, this will probably actually be the first place that you hear it. We've taken a break. One of the things you start kind of looking at is just how much you're doing, what you are and what you're not doing. And I mean, Mr. Luff will vouch for the fact that, I mean, how long have you been telling me I've been doing too much, Dave?
How long have we known each other?
Yeah. And
6 months, less than that, really.
6 months less than that. Mike and Mike have both been on my back at various times as well about things. And yeah, it kind of got to a point where, having taken a break, you suddenly realise just how much you're doing and not doing. So I don't know whether there's going to be an official announcement coming out from elsewhere, but hey, I'll give one anyway. In the fact that, right, okay, so you're just about to read issue 399 of Miniature War Games, in which I didn't write a Forward Observer column, because when I took a break, I actually rang Henry and said, look, mate, I need a bit of a break. And he was very, very kind. He was very, very kind and said, yeah, no problem at all, no problem at all. I'm sure I will find some person. That is gullible enough to take it on.
Personally, I heard the person who stepped in at the last minute to write that column was a damn fine chap.
Well, indeed.
Was he a wizard of a wordsmith?
Yes.
Indeed. Yes. So,
Was he Welsh?
Possibly.
It wasn't a druid from Clwyd, was it?
No, it was a bard from Card.
And we're back. Just to say, no. So, the Forward Observer 399 was very, very kindly written by Mike Hobbs, who was covering for me in my absence. Yes.
At him. Who wrote your Partisan review for you?
Well, considering I wasn't at the show.
Good job someone did that, wasn't it?
It was. Yes. Thank you to Mr. Whitaker for because he was at Partisan, and actually that was one of the issues. I ended up missing Partisan because of one thing or another. And so Mr. Whitaker very kindly agreed to cover in my absence and actually what the show report that I was meant to be writing. So yes, issue 399 will have two other parts of the Meeples crew, both appearing in print, covering for me. Which, I don't know whether that's just like, taking account of the fact of just, the fact I'm slightly larger than average or what, I don't know. But
fundamentally, we've got the usual volume of articles from Meeples people, just different Meeples people.
Just different Meeples people, yes, indeed. But
does that mean we have to give our fees to Neil?
Tumbleweeds are done.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say, bottom line is, I will no longer be writing Forward Observer for Miniature War Games, with immediate effect. Having had the month off and realised just how much pressure I felt under about it all and various other bits and pieces, and actually how nice it was not to have to write for the magazine for a month. After all, I have been doing it for between Miniature War Games and Battle Games for 5 years. Basically, I thought, I think it's about time that, something had to go, and actually that was a great help. So, I mean, I understand there are certain things changing about the magazine from issue 400 anyway, but it seemed to be about the right time to call it a day. With this and everything else, I mean, timing was kind of everything, I suppose. So yeah. I'm no longer writing Forward Observer for Miniature War Games. I'm still doing some of the reviews and stuff, but yes, I'm sure we can find something for me to do in the meantime.
Oh yeah, don't worry. We got a huge list of things for you to do.
Indeed.
Yeah, you haven't seen the show calendar.
I have. It's a mess.
Yeah,
and it's all my fault.
Things to add to it, yeah.
Oh no, it's all my fault. Yeah, I know. Yes, so. Different chapter of things. So actually quite looking forward to the challenge.
One door opens, another door closes. Sunrise, sunset.
Indeed. In the meantime, I took a bit of time off and we've done things like, you may have noticed, for example, that we've rebuilt the website. So we've got a brand new website, which is hopefully a bit, things are kind of more in certain places and hopefully a bit more logically arranged than they were before. So you can find things easier as opposed to just having to just plough through loads and loads and loads of blogs, different blog entries. Hopefully, that's looking a bit better. Lots of new and different things to do. So quite looking forward to that. So that's some of what's gone on before. On with the matter in hand this evening. What are we going to talk about? Especially with the fact that we've got 5 of us here. Well, okay, so we've got a few things to catch up on. To be perfectly honest, with the amount of stuff that we're going to catch up on, for this time round, we're going to forego the hobby news, because, and then we'll have a big hobby news section in the next show. We've got an awful lot to talk about in basically what we've been up to, because we've been massively busy between the 5 of us, over the last month or so. So we've got lots and lots and lots of stuff to talk about. We've also got 9 or 10 interviews, I think it is, from the UK Games Expo. Chatting to various people about various mini-related, war games related, news from the UK Games Expo. And and we've also got a review to do, which is actually 3 of us on the podcast have actually played. Hopefully have a useful chat about that. So, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll catch up with everything we've been up to since you've been away.
I must get through to Sergeant Watson's position. Jenkins, cover me.
Sir.
Whoa. Sergeant Watson, bring your men in. Withdraw.
It's all right, sir. We're enjoying ourselves.
What?
Yes, sir. It's these here chain of command rules, sir. We're having great fun.
Chain of command?
That's right, sir. It's a challenging but fun blend of command and control. It gives me the freedom I want to fight the way I want to. Never had so much fun, sir.
And we've cooked you some sausages.
Can't be helped, sir. Me and the lads are staying put.
Chain of Command World War II platoon level rules from 2 Fat Lardies. They really put you in control. And they're even better than sausages.
What have we been playing? What have we been buying? We might even have painted something. The Meeples and Miniatures crew reveal all. Okay, so it's the part of the show where we catch up on what we've been up to since we were last with you. And as it's been a while, funnily enough, some of us have been rather busy. So, where should we start? Well, because we're going to be going on to things like Market Larden and Expo in a bit, I'll stay quiet and I'll let somebody else dive in. What have you guys been up to? I mean, obviously, you've got things like Partisan and stuff to talk about, haven't you? What do you think of Partisan?
Some of the stuff. You're going to make me start then, aren't you?
Well done, Mike.
So, what have we got? Partisan was fun. Went to Partisan with Andy Hawes, who you may have heard on this podcast, and Andy McTaggart from our club, who took another of their excellent games based on Dan Mersey's Men Who Would Be Kings. Lots of Indian tribesmen and lots of poor beleaguered British. Looked really good, worked really well. Awful lot of very, very good games. If it wasn't for the sheer volume of traders and salute, and you held a gun to my head and told me to pick one of the 2 shows, I'd go at Partisan. It was that good. It's the new venue. If you haven't seen Hammerhead, is superb. They used it really well. Lots of really good looking games. What's not to like? Really?
A vast improvement from Kellum, then.
Well, you know how Kellum is sort of dark and dingy with occasional relieving spots of light?
Yes.
This is basically a bleeding grey aircraft hangar with skylights.
Mm.
It's got loads and loads of space, loads and loads of air, and it's because of the skylights and the general lighting, it's very well lit. It's got better cafe, makes decent tea, there's plenty of space for everything, loads of good traders, loads of good games. It's so much better than Callum, it's not true.
I've seen some photos of the games, and lots of the games looked very nice indeed.
There were some very, very pretty games. Very few. You know how at Salute there were quite a few games that looked like someone had taken an ordinary club night game and dumped it on the table?
Yeah.
Almost none of those. Loads of really well put together games, lovely looking tables.
I did see a picture of Jim Morrison's Verdun table.
Yes.
That was quite stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a game of Sharp Practice 2 for which I'm blanking on which part of which period it was from, but the terrain for it was absolutely lovely.
Wasn't that Carlist Wars?
That was the Carlist Wars. You're right.
Yeah.
It was Carlist Wars. The terrain for that was superb. There were a couple of snow-themed boards which just looked fantastic. People who really made the effort not to make it just a seamless sheet of white. Yeah, James Morris's Verdun board was brilliant. There were a couple of huge naval games. Oh, just excellent. Absolutely excellent.
Cool.
So what did you buy?
What did I buy?
Let's get down to nitty gritty.
What did I buy? An awful lot of stuff for the club. We hit Andy at Last Valley very, very hard indeed for an awful lot of more trees and stone walls and post and rail fences and things you might possibly need for lots of sharp practice games and that kind of thing. And other than that, I didn't spend very much at all. I think I bought a set of little big men transfers and a few things and a couple of things from War Bases, including their cricket pavilion.
The cricket pavilion?
Yeah.
I didn't
have something.
I didn't know they had a cricket pavilion.
They now have a cricket pavilion.
Oh, cool.
Complete with a separate piece, which is a side screen.
What scale?
28.
Oh, that'll go for your. That'll go well with your.
That will go
your
very,
village.
very well. That will basically be the Warmington Parva Cricket Pavilion for my Chain of Command Home Guard. Yes.
Yes. Excellent stuff.
Other than that, I think that was pretty much all I bought. It was a very cheap day, unless you were our club treasurer.
Well, then you know, I suppose with it being a cheap day, you just then had to go and make up for it in the rest of the month.
Yeah. And you want me to tell you all about that, don't you?
Look, mate, I'll be following your blog.
And
my eyes have been watering. I'm flipping out.
To be fair, I have just got my half-yearly bonus. And it was relatively generous, and a very large chunk has come off the mortgage, so I was feeling a little bit pleased with myself. So I got some French to oppose the British for sharp practice.
That was a huge number of figures for a quid.
It wasn't a quid. It started with a 1. But it was basically a very big Perry. It was a reasonable-sized Perry's order. To which I think I may have later added a pack of front rank officers because I couldn't find any Perry's officers I liked. I also bought a second-hand Citadel Realm of Battle board off someone in Peterborough, which those who've been following on my blog will notice I've been slowly painting up. I bought quite a bit of Flock off Warworld Scenics.
Four-said battle board, yeah.
Four-said battle board, yeah.
Yes.
And for the Citadel Modular Hill, I painted as a test piece first, which seems to come out very well. I bought some really useful boxes to put it all in. I got someone to paint my Romano British, since I'm not really up to doing figures like that justice, and I have a friend of a friend who is willing to paint those. I should be using Mr. Hobbs' friend Gareth for my Napoleonics because to the bloke he's not very keen on doing red coats, for which one can hardly blame him because I'm not either. And I bought a 3D printer. That's me done.
Oh, and I bought a 3D printer. Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. So does that mean then that because obviously you needed a 3D printer as something to use with all those 3D scenery Kickstarters you've been backing?
Or one of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That could be the truth, yes.
Excellent stuff. So, how about you, Mr. Hobbs? Have you been bumping into any more shelves recently?
It all started off so well.
So did mine.
Yeah. Up until this weekend, all I bought over the last 6 weeks is a couple of the Battle Group books. I got the Battle Group Vakten Vine and Blitzkrieg.
Oh, cool.
And then I bought the Freebooters Fate Battles box because I was in a bit of a Freebooters Fate mood. And then I went to the Firestorm tabletop sale demo day because I had to, because I was demoing Sharp Practice.
I was going to say, you went to demo Sharp Practice, didn't you?
Yeah. And I met Arthur, who does Granny Gratins, who we spoke about a couple of podcasts ago.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, he was there. Lovely bloke. Really, really nice bloke. And I gotta say, his stuff looks really good. And it's all painted up. And yeah, so hello Arthur, because he does listen. And I think we can move on now. Dave, what have you been doing?
Finishing college.
Wait, Hobbsy, fess up.
I saw a picture.
Oh, is Hobbsy hiding, is he? You guys are in the know. I didn't know this.
Sorry, that's because you've been working for a living and keeping off social media, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what happened was a couple of years ago, all the guys on the club were playing Black Powder.
Right.
And I think they've all got bored of it.
Right.
And there was an awful lot of Napoleonic stuff for sale on the tabletop sale.
But of course, you're not doing Napoleonic, you're doing War of 1812, so that wouldn't worry you in the slightest, would it?
No. So I kind of finished the day with 36 painted Portuguese infantry, 36 painted Highlanders, 36 metal Perrys light infantry, 20 rifles painted, a Royal Horse Artillery limber with 6 horses. That was about it for the Napoleonics. Oh, and a box of Perrys, cuirassiers and dragoons, and a few figures of Annie because she was there.
Right, and a fondue set and a cuddly toy.
Yeah, I would have been mad.
And of course, the thing to remember, I suppose you probably got away with it in this case, but normally when you sit there and recount your purchases, you never know quite how much you wind up paying to Gareth to get them painted.
Well, luckily the Highlanders were painted. Although I bought them from Ian, who runs our club. He bases first, so they're in blocks of 4, and then he painted them.
Oh, okay.
Which I always think is weird. So I've taken them all off to put them on a single basis for Sharp Practice. So I've had to touch them up a little bit, but it's only taken me about 3 or 4 hours, and I've got like 35 of them done already. So they're done. The Portuguese are painted. I just need to touch them up a little bit. So it's only the light infantry. They're going to go off to Gareth. So that's my British and Portuguese force sorted out for Sharp Practice.
Is somebody else going to point out the problem with this, or should I?
Go on.
They need opponents.
Well, luckily, I have got the French infantry already. I just need to put them together, and I bought the cuirassiers and dragoons.
Yes, you bought cuirassiers and dragoons. So
yeah,
yes,
they did try and make.
I thought there were no cuirassiers in.
No, there was one. There was one. 13th.
Mm.
One solitary cuirassier.
I might do them as carabiniers.
Sorry, Mr. Luff, did you have something to say at that point?
No, you just said it. You took words straight out of my mouth.
Fun enough, because I've got some cuirassier which I was going to do in 6mm. I was looking them up, and yeah, they were the guys who they were actually dressed in brown rather than blue.
Because you asked me one night, didn't you? And I says, but there was. I says, but I can't remember which unit it was.
Yes, yeah. So when we should have been playing China Command, we were looking it up, weren't we? Something like that.
Yeah, it went a bit mad. It got to the stage where they sort of, after I bought all these Brits and Portuguese, one of the other guys came up and said, "I've got all these French," and there was a massive, great, really useful box. and there was about 120 infantry, 30 or 40 old guards, about 30 dragoons, 20 cuirassiers, some hussars, 3 guns, and he went, "Do you want the whole lot for 50 quid?" And it's all assembled and mostly base coated. And I'm like, I really don't need it because I've got all the infantry already. And then one of the other guys said, "Oh, do you want some cavalry? Because I've got 2 boxes of Perrys here." And he gave me the 2 boxes of Perrys for a tenner. So that was a bargain. I mean, that's like 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would be a fool to walk away from that one.
Well, as I say, that other box for 50 quid sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, so one of the other boys on the club who plays sharp practice has bought a bat. So,
right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm now looking at some Vietnam stuff. Anyway, moving on. That's me done.
Hey, come on. That's Secret Project V.
Okay.
We can't talk about that at the moment.
Okay. I was definitely not looking at any Vietnam stuff.
Besides, you're looking at the wrong scale.
Says you.
Hey, with the wrong scale meaning one of the scales that I don't own Vietnam in. And yes, I do own it in multiple scales.
Yes, but it is a scale that I own.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
And the fact I live 300 miles away from you means I can buy my own Vietnam stuff.
Yes.
That's me done. Next.
Did I detect a vague stuff you shuck in there?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not hurt. Where's that cupboard?
Yeah. You're back in the cupboard.
I'm so just thinking between me and Dave what we've been doing. You think what we've been doing, Mr. Luff?
A lot of planning for OML4, haven't we?
Yeah. So a bit of painting for that.
I painted up a few Paris, didn't I, for a few odds and bits and bobs that we hadn't got.
3 tanks?
Oh, I did 3 tanks, and I stuck together 2 Shermans and undercoated them.
No, yeah. Not Shermans. Stuarts.
Did I say Shermans?
You said Shermans.
I said Shermans, I was thinking Stuarts.
Yeah. Freudian slip. Yes. Yeah. And I've I had to paint a couple of bits. So I've now finished painting all my bits for Kampfgruppe von Luck. I've finished a couple of Lorraine Schleppers and Hanomag 22, the one with the Pack 40 on it. Finished one of those. They're both Battlefront. They're quite nice. And then, prepping for OML4. And then, other than that, I was building the website. Actually doing stuff not hobby related, which kind of made a change, really. So that was kind of what we've been up to up until 2 big events.
You forgot Mr. Jones. I know he's got a lot of catching up to do. We might have to ask him to pre-see it, but
I can't compete. What feels?
Well, I was about to introduce Mr. Jones because I thought because he's been sat here very patiently and listening to us wittering on. It was about time he got in on the act, and I thought it would be really good to talk about UK Games Expo, but also to catch up with Rich on just before we start talking about UK Games Expo. To catch up with Rich to find out what he's been doing, because obviously Rich has been away for a while. And I thought, it'd be nice to just catch up with a little bit with what you've been doing, mate. So, what have you been up to?
Okay. A lot of nothing, really. Got heavily into Guild Ball, which is being very expensive. And
hang on, there's a theme going on here.
Yeah. And it's taken my painting time, but then I have painted it all, so it's quite good. Apart from that, played lots of board games. Been playing Netrunner a lot, the card game, and just gaming down at the club, whatever's going on, really. But miniatures-wise, mainly Guild Ball. I've been to a few comps and events and things, and then bought tanks the other day and been playing that. More of that later, one feels.
Yes, more of that later, indeed. Yeah. So, I
bet you at the expo.
We did. Yes.
We went around the expo. And you made me buy all sorts of games, which I blame you for completely.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll take responsibility for one of those, okay?
The other 6 or 7 was my fault then, yeah.
Yes.
It's these demos, isn't it? You walk around, you have a demo, it's a nice game, and it's cheaper than normal. It's like abuse, really.
Well, indeed.
It's gaming abuse.
You don't have to buy them all, Rich.
But they're good and they're cheaper than normal. What more? What more can I say?
That is true. Yeah.
You don't have to buy more.
We didn't buy that Cornish game, did we?
No, we didn't. But then again, we didn't really get much chance to play it.
No, but I had to give them after the first.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, well,
first chat. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Let's just say some people are better at selling their games and explaining their games than others. Having said that, actually, the Games Expo generally. This year it's first year the trade hall was open actually in the NEC. Last two or 3 years, I think it's been. They're basically taken over the NEC Metropole, and it's been getting increasingly crowded and increasingly uncomfortable. You think that's a fair comment, Mr. Luff?
Yeah, I mean the first year they moved in, it was pretty cramped, wasn't it?
Rich, did you go
the
when
big thing is sorry.
So Rich, I was going to say, did you go when it was just in the hotel?
Yeah. I've been for the last few years.
Oh, okay.
And I've been playing comps, X-Wing and things. So Infinity 1 year,
right,
X-Wing another year.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was crazy because it was just crazy, wasn't it? Too cramped. And I think the big thing for me was the trade hall on the Friday. Because that meant you actually got to go around. Because the other few years I've been doing the comp, but you don't get time to go around the show.
No, that's it. I mean, it always got me. It has to be said that in order to play in any sort of competition, no matter what it was, because I think the first couple of years I played in the Command and Colours competition, and you had to pay entrance fee on top of whatever you had to pay and to play. But the problem was you never actually got to see it because you spent all day playing in your competition. You never really got to see the show, and I always felt that I always found that a little bit of a bugbear about that. But anyway, so this year they moved the trade hall out completely into Hall 1 of the NEC, and suddenly, lo and behold, you're in this huge square footage hall, comparable size to Salute sort of size. I mean, it was square rather than oblong, so it probably actually even appeared bigger. But packed out. They reckon there was something like 250 odd traders there. I think it was. Lots of space, additional space for gaming, and what's more, they had lots of decent, non too expensive food on site. I mean, you can tell it's not too expensive when Rich actually bought a drink and still said, oh, blimey, we're at a con and it still costs less than what I pay at home for a pint.
That's true.
So, venue-wise, the change of venue for this year was absolutely brilliant. Really, really impressive. And I think it worked really well. And of course, the other thing is that the con is now before now it always used to be a case of you kind of get there on the Friday. There's some open gaming on the Friday, but it doesn't really start till the Saturday morning. This year they started the con, including all the trade halls and everything, on the Friday. So it was 3 days of the trade halls being open. There was a press preview for an hour, which for some reason they let me on. That was quite fun. And then the show opened at, it was 10:30, I think it was. It was 10 till 5 for 3 days. And with other gaming and everything else going on all around. Really, really impressive show. I had a press release that came out just after the show, which I posted on our website. But, interestingly enough, they did turn around and say that the Games Expo, well, they had just about 25,500 people there over the 3 days. The least busy day, which was the Friday, they had just under 7,000 people in. On Saturday, they had something like 10,500. On the Sunday, they had about somewhere just over 7. But yeah, so they reckon it's now only second in size to Essenspiel as far as European game conventions are concerned, and they reckon it's something like the 4th largest in the world. So I imagine that's behind, other than Essen, that's probably behind Gen Con and Origins, I'd have thought.
Yeah,
hugely impressive.
How many did Salute do? About 7,000?
I think Salute did somewhere between 6 and 7.
So that means on the quietest day at the expo, they did more people in than Salute did.
Yeah. That's
quite telling.
But at the expo, they count, if you get the weekend ticket, they count you for every day, don't they?
They do.
Ah, right.
They do.
Okay.
So
it wasn't like individual people.
So it was 7,000.
Well,
so if you stayed the 3 days, you counted 3 times.
Right.
Yes. However, they did have over, I think it was somewhere over 16,500 individuals. Yeah. So they had, although they had 25,500 visitors over the 3 days, but that doesn't include people who went all 3 days. But unique visitors, unique attendees were 12,600. Okay, so basically they had 25,000 over the 3 days. So you can basically say just under half of those went for at least 2 days. But they had 12,500 people uniquely across the 3 days.
That's good going, isn't it?
It's not bad.
It was a great show. It was brilliant.
It was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It really was good.
I mean, very different because it's a game show, I suppose, than Salute and things. But it was just a completely different atmosphere, wasn't it? It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, and demographic wise, lots of families, lots of kids. But yeah, completely different crowd. Of course, I mean, and of course, it's right across the gaming spectrum. So, interestingly, chatting to the people who were there, I said there were these, where were we? 200 odd, I think, hang on, I'm just looking here. I think it's, 225 companies, were displaying stuff. There's only, of that lot, there's probably only just over a dozen that are minis, which is kind of telling in some ways. I mean, I was quite surprised that some people weren't there. Especially people who got big licenses. I mean, like, for example, only one person who was very conspicuous by their absence was Spartan. And I would have thought that, especially with a license like Halo,
you'd have thought, wouldn't you? You'd
have thought that has universal appeal that they're doing there. So I was quite surprised that they weren't there. But as I say, it is a very different crowd. And now I know there was a few more mini manufacturers went to the expo when it first started, and obviously the new show getting off the ground and stuff. And I think there were several companies that supported it for the first couple of years, and then decided that it just wasn't worth it. I think it might be we might have hit that point where minis companies are going to have to reconsider, because it's that big a convention. But
you're going to have to go as a company, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
You won't see sort of traders there as such.
Yeah. I mean,
know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's I mean, obviously, I think some of the bigger, wider appeal companies, certainly who aren't there at the moment, I think certainly should consider it. Some of the more specialist companies, then maybe not, because you just haven't quite got the general appeal. But there's I mean, having said that, I mean, you had people like Carl went from with Open Combat and stuff like that, and so you do have some people, Oathsworn Miniatures went along, and the Studio Miniatures were there, and what have you. Now this is on top of people like Mantic and what have you. I mean, Hawk War Games are one of the major sponsors. So there are a few people there, but not that many. But I think, as I say, I think it is a case now that the convention is of a size, and it's a completely different crowd. So I think if you've got a game that has a wide appeal, then, I think it's something that you should potentially be considering going to. But, yeah, excellent show. Really, really impressed. What did we do there then, Rich? How did I lead you astray?
Oh, lots of ways. Well, we just went around and enjoyed having demos of games, didn't we?
We did.
Generally catching up and... Yeah. Are we going to mention Project Elite, or is that from the...
No.
That was the first one, wasn't it?
That was the first. Yeah. Now, during the press preview, at the corner of my eye, I saw this. I saw this game with some nice looking board, and lots of minis. And I was about to go and grab an interview with them, and basically we ran out of time at the press preview. So I kind of went, right, okay, put it in the back of my mind, saying, right, must go and catch them later. So whizzed around and got a few interviews, and then got together with Rich and caught up with Rich, and we had a drink and what have you, and then we kind of went, okay, let's go and play something. We wandered around, and I happened to see this game again, and so looked at Rich and said, "Hey up."
There was a space.
There was a space. Yes, there was no one sat at the table, and I thought, this looks interesting. So we sat down.
I thought that the poor guy knew what hit him.
Do you want to describe it? So
he was very, very bemused all the way through.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was Greek company, is it? I think. Is it Greek?
It is something like yes, something like that. Something like that. Okay. So the game is called Project Elite. Okay, which and now the company I won't even begin to pronounce because I'll probably get it wrong. But the game is called Project Elite. Okay, and at this point I'll shut up and let Mr. Jones get on with it.
All right. Okay. Well, as I found out, it's a tower defense game. Isn't it?
Indeed.
I learnt the new term on the day. Basically, you just have to stop the aliens from getting into your base, really, don't you? That was it. And it just seemed like it was going to be, a sort of take on, I don't know, any of the myriad of games that are aliens or zombies or whatever hoarding around you trying to kill you. But I did think that when I sat down. And it even used a timer, which I thought, it's going to be a bit like that GW game or whatever, Space Hulk.
Oh, but like Space Hulk or something, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think people were sort of giving us a bit of space, weren't they, as they were walking around, as we were screaming and shouting.
Was it that bad? Was it really that bad? I must admit I didn't notice.
I think we got a bit carried away. Because what happens is they call it a real-time game, is that the players, it's a co-op sort of game, where the aliens basically are autonomous for most of the time. And you've got 2 minutes to do the player's turn. And I thought, all right, 2 minutes, we'll be deciding what to do or whatever. But no, you've got 4 dice, and you roll the dice, and the dice give you actions, what you can do. But you can do the actions both at the same time. You've both got 4 dice. As many times as you can possibly roll the dice in those 2 minutes.
Indeed.
So they're all like the custom dice. They've got a little walking figure on, which means you can move a square. They've got a shoot, which means you can shoot if your weapon lets you shoot. They've got a surge and then a hand, which was how you control things. And then they've got an alien head. And every time you roll the alien head, you have to move one of the aliens square.
Yeah.
And they can conga, so if they're in a line, you pad it. And the entire 2 minutes, just rolling these dice and doing your actions. I didn't have a clue most of the time what you were doing because I was just concentrating on what I was doing so much.
Likewise, it was very much a case. It was very much a case of at least at the start of the turn, you have the opportunity to turn around and discuss between you what you're going to do for that turn.
Yeah, and then make a plan, and that's it.
Yeah, and then at that point, it's just like it's just head down and go, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was just crazy. It was like we did find ourselves just yelling. I think Especially when the guy's going 10 seconds left, you've got to. The objectives are little cards on the board, and you've got to fill the objectives up with certain symbols off the dice, depending on what it is you're doing. And, it gets down to 15 seconds, you're trying to get the last 2 symbols. It was crazy. It was like, it sold the game. I bought it.
But you see, you're not talking the real story because he introduced it to us, and we kind of went, and he said, okay, let's play a scenario. Fine. And so we chose an easy scenario. Now there's 2 of us, and it's an easy scenario. So this is the easy scenario.
And we knew what we were doing, really, didn't we? In the gaming sense of the word.
Yeah, and so right now, obviously, looking at it now, obviously the easy scenarios are there basically to introduce you to all the mechanics of the game and how the whole game hangs together. Okay, and that's why they're there. And actually, I think the thing is, they're there because they're there to get you used to the game, while at the same time giving you some sense of accomplishment because, well, they're easy. And
we breezed through it in 10 minutes, didn't we?
Yeah, we really did. I mean, yeah,
we were so proud of ourselves.
We were. That was it. It was like, and to be honest, at that point, I sat back and kind of went, "Oh, is that it? No, that was easy. Is that it?" And we looked at each other.
And then the guy went, "Do you want to play again?" And we said, "Yeah, after the game." And he went, "Shall we make it a bit harder?" And we went, "Yeah." And then he went, "Well, we'll miss out the medium level. We'll go to the hard level." And we were like, "Yeah, go on."
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we had breezed the easy level, we thought, "Nah, this isn't going to be an issue. This isn't going to be an issue."
And all of a sudden, you get boss aliens coming out everywhere, events happening which screw you up all the time. It was like,
and
we didn't fare so well, did we?
No, we didn't. To be fair, I think we actually got to was it turn 7 before we died? I think it was turn 7. Yeah. We got our asses handed to us. But having said that, it was a lot of fun.
we did make even more noise, I think.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I think the guy was about to run away.
Because
until I said, "I'll buy one," he was looking very worried.
Yeah. And it was like, he bought one, and then I went to the cash machine and came back and then bought one.
I'm sure I swore very loudly a few times afterwards. I thought, I should have done that. The heat of the moment. It was like,
I was hoping to get to play this last week with Mr. Luff because I mean, despite the fact I know how much he loves sci-fi games, I'm sure you would have enjoyed this. Maybe this week, but yeah, it is just absolute manic. But the greatest thing about it is that because it's real-time game, actually the maximum amount of time you're playing is like 45 minutes, half an hour, 45 minutes. That's it. Game over.
Yeah. I've played it a few times since. It's like, including trying it solo just to see if it worked, and it did. It was like, it is very good. And I mean, the components were good, weren't they? I mean, they were well made. And the minis well, I think I said at the time, they were good enough to play with and make you feel that, they're all right, but they weren't good enough to make you want to paint them.
Yes.
So I've got a few cool minis games like Dungeon Explorer and Ninja All-Stars, where the minis are so nice that I want to paint them, or have started painting them.
Yeah.
But these were just, they're good. They're very nice, good enough to play with, but I don't want to paint them.
Which is a good thing as well, because the other thing is because of the speed of the game, especially when you're like you're killing aliens, you're actually wanting to throw them off the board and stuff like this, because it's like, okay, he's dead, throw him off the board. He's dead, throw him off the board, because you haven't got time to do anything else. So yeah, the fact that there are good but not great sculpts, it isn't actually too bad a thing.
It is a crazy game though. I just had the action dice in one hand and my shooting dice in the other, but when I got enough to, there was dice going everywhere. It was like, anyway.
Anyway, and it plays up to 4 people, cooperative game, and yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and so we did that, and then we
wander around a bit more. But I think that kind of done us for the day, hadn't it?
Yeah. I think we did other things. I just bought too many board games.
Yeah.
I bought wrestling board games and football board games and all sorts.
Yes, because they just issued... remember that game Luchador, Dave, that we played the other year? That Mexican wrestling game? Do you remember that?
Yeah, they've got a version 2.
He's gone quiet. He's gone to sleep.
No, yeah. Yes, I remember the wrestling game.
Yeah. They just issued a new version of that. And that's... yes. Yeah, Rich bought some of that. And then,
I bought it for school. My kids have been playing that all afternoon.
Oh, right.
We've been playing high school, the football game, and the wrestling game all afternoon. It's good. Good education.
Excellent stuff.
It's maths.
So is Project Elite out for retail?
Yeah, I think they did a Kickstarter, and then the minis that came out were absolutely pants. So I think before they released it on general sale, they had to get the minis done again.
Yeah.
So what the guy was saying.
So I think the Expo was the first time it was on sale to the general public. Yeah. So I must admit, I've been looking around for it, and I haven't found anywhere elsewhere that's currently on sale. So it's kind of due out imminently. Now what they've done is they produce. It's actually got 2 expansions with it. So there's the base game, which has got tons of stuff in it. I mean, it's 65 quid for the base game, but it's got tons of stuff in it. And then there's an expansion. There's an expansion pack which gives 2 more boards, a couple more characters, and some more aliens. There's a further expansion set which actually contains all the aliens that were originally, which just originally came as the Kickstarter, they were labelled Kickstarter exclusives. Okay. But it seems that they've now boxed those as a separate set to sell. So that's a set called Alien Brood or whatever it is, and that's all the other expansion aliens that if you back the Kickstarter, you got for free.
But you got bad copies of them, apparently.
Apparently so.
I was going to say that there's going to be some really peed off Kickstarter backers if they've been sent sort of shonkily designed figures, and then suddenly, the game comes out and we're going to redo all the figures, and now all of these are coming out as well.
Yeah. I did go away and read, because he said, we kickstarted this last year, so I did actually go away and read all up on it. And it was like, it was one of those things that kind of go, there's some things which are not great. And then looked, okay, so where did this box set come from? And then kind of sat down and worked it out that, well, actually, these were all these other ones that you got for free if you back the Kickstarter, sort of thing.
I think he said they were going to make the minis available to Kickstarter people.
Yeah. Now,
so they're going to replace it. So.
Yes. Because they had a lot of complaints with the miniature quality when it first came out, and so they said, look, okay, we'll redo it all. So, the game is now, is about to be produced at retail. Well, at least I hope it is, considering, because when they sort of talk about, we have to redo all the minis, I'm thinking, crikey, how much did that cost? And are they still viable after all this? But it's a hugely fun game, and I hope I get to play it with you guys soon, because it is lots and lots and lots of fun. And then, yes, as Rich mentioned, there was also actually one of the hit games of the show. I think it actually won the best family game for the show. Was a game that, we didn't get to play together, but we both subsequently played it. And, I got to play this with Mr. Luff last week.
And I got to play it with my kids for about the last 2 weeks at school.
Fantastic.
I don't think you can explain it, though, really, can you?
2 minutes. 2 minute job. I mean, okay. And Luff has gone very quiet.
It's a penguin school.
Sorry, it's a what now?
Penguin school.
It's a penguin school. You're racing around a penguin school with miniatures that look like Sabutio pieces. There's
Sabutio tag. That's it. End of game.
So far, I'm hearing Sabutio penguins meet Hogwarts.
Not quite.
Sabutio tag.
Yeah.
I did see Dave's video with him flicking something into a box.
Yes.
It's a very cleverly designed game.
Sabutio Penguins meets Tiddlywinks and Dungeon Ball, then.
That doesn't do it justice.
Was that the video? Was that the video where I got air on the penguin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You probably made that penguin's year.
It is a suggested manoeuvre.
Indeed, it is. Yes.
But you don't score any points for it. That's the thing.
But the penguin is a flightless bird.
Not in this game.
It's not flying; it's jumping.
So basically, the idea of the game is that you can play with up to 4 players. Up to 3 of the players are the runners. The other one is the catcher. And the idea being is that you have to go around a board, which is, the board comes in the box. It's basically a series of boxes. It's a bit like Russian dolls. It's a series of boxes that you all connect together. And it forms an enclosed playing area with walls. Okay. And you got doorways to go through. So the idea is that, the runners start in one half of the school, and the catcher starts in the other half of the school, and the runners have to go through and collect fish, and someone has to collect 3 fish before the catcher catches all the runners by hitting them. And you only move by flicking.
And there's cards, so the more you catch or the more you get your fish, you get a number of cards at the end of the round, which you've got random numbers on and maybe victory points. And then you swap, so somebody else is the runner and you just go around till you've all been a runner. It's really simple.
Sabutio meets Pac-Man with penguins?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Mr. Luff, you've played this. What did you think?
Yeah. It was a good game, wasn't it? What can you say? It was good. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's one of those games where you just look at it and think, what is that? And then you play it and you think, that's brilliant.
Exactly. I was setting it up. Because it was actually, I was very kindly given a review copy because I was chatting at the guy at during the press preview, and he went, "Do you want a review copy? Do you review games? I've got a couple of copies left. Do you want one?" It was like, yeah, okay, fine. And I'm looking at this game kind of thinking, okay, what have I just got? And I put it out the other night. I'm thinking, okay, is this going to be any good at all? What can you say? Yeah, it is.
What can you say?
Seriously fun game. It's really.
I found myself just at school in lunchtime, seeing if I could flick the penguin and make it curve all the way through all the doors and back into the middle room. And before I knew what I was doing, I was like, I've just done that for half an hour. How sad is that? But it was really good fun.
You remember all those trick shots you used to do when you were playing Sabutio? Yeah. You started wanting to do it with penguins.
Yeah. It's brilliant. It's good.
Yeah. So that's how it's
not a tank inside.
Indeed.
Although I don't think they're very realistic the way they move through the doors, personally.
They move through the door like a Star Wars stormtrooper.
Clunk.
As Dave found out. So that was, so we got to play this game called High School, which is really good. Enjoyed that. And that was it for the day. I mean, there was so much stuff, as you'll hear. There was so much stuff that, and it turns out loads of stuff I actually missed. So you could easily spend a couple of days at the expo. And
I went back because that was the Friday we went round.
Yeah.
And then we had quite a long break in the Guild Ball comp the next day. We had a 2-hour break, for lunch. Well, we finished the game early before, but it ended up having to, and I went back round the expo to pick a couple of things up. And I found a bit that I thought, I didn't see this yesterday. and it was a great chunk of it that I hadn't seen the day before.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we just wandered round and missed the corner.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I certainly there was. I meant to go back and revisit PSC Games because I got an interview with them, but they were demoing 3 or 4 different board games. I mean, like Dan Mersey's got a new board game coming out, and various other bits and pieces like this. And then I suddenly on the Saturday night, I came into work. And realised that for some strange reason, the expo had given my work's email out as opposed to my Meeples one. And I had a load of emails from various people, including the people who owned the bus. Now, just to explain, one of the stands in the NEC was a repainted double-decker bus, by a company called Oathsworn Games. And actually it turned out that they had like a board war game. But I missed it completely because I missed the email, so I was actually gutted that I missed them. Except for the fact that you couldn't miss the fact that there was a big double-decker bus in the middle of the hall. But no, never got there. So
it didn't really scream war game, to be fair.
No,
the big double-decker bus.
No, it didn't, did it? It didn't. But yeah, I mean, as an event, definitely worth going to. Not quite sure whether I'd be willing to pay the hotel bill. But I mean, there's so much stuff going on, and as I say, I mean, Rich got in a Guild Ball tournament. So, I mean, how'd you go on with that, mate?
Middle table, which I was quite pleased with because the players were mainly, they were very good most of them, I think so. Yeah, no, it was all right. I can't remember exactly. I think it was a Steamforged one. It was run by the people that make the game. I think, I don't know, maybe 7th. I'm not exactly sure.
Cool.
So, yeah, upper middle. Ended up 2-2 on the day, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Guild Ball is a game that is becoming increasingly popular, and I know several listeners have been playing it a lot, especially Mr. Blood. Hello, Dave. He mentioned that, we definitely need to talk about Guild Ball. So now we've got a Guild Ball expert, which I'll have to get you back to tell us all about it.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, I avoided it for years, trying to convince myself it looked crap, but I did do quite a good job convincing myself of that. But then lots of the club picked it up at Salute, because I think they did a team deal. So I thought, well, I'm going to have to get one team just to join in.
Yeah.
Yeah, slippy road. So, anyway, yeah, I'm sure we can do a Guild Ball section in the show. Yeah.
That's good. So that was UK Games Expo. I think next year, and especially since next year doesn't actually clash with the next event we're going to talk about, because they're on this year they went on the same weekend, but next year the expo's on a different weekend to Market Larden. I think it's definitely at the point where it's a multi-day event. You definitely got to go for more than one day just to make sure you see it all. So, but yeah, well worth going. I think it's definitely one of those events that's now kind of, if you can get to it, get along to it. And I think entrance this year was, it was £12 for a single day ticket, and then I think 2 days was about 18,
20, I think
20, and then 3 days was 25. So it's well worth going for multiple days. Definitely something to put into your gaming calendar. So that was UK Games Expo.
I think it'll be probably the show I make sure I get to.
Does sound good.
Yeah. I don't think if I get to other shows, fine, but that'll be the one that I make an effort. Plan ahead. Plan ahead is the word.
And the huge thing is, one of the biggest things with that is the fact that, people are there expecting you to go and play. It's like, okay, here's the game. Why not have a play of it, or play several turns and then decide whether you want to buy it or not? And plus the fact that also in the evenings it's laid out. So basically there are huge communal game areas where you can go along, and even if you're on your own, basically it's set up in such a way that, like, for example, in the evenings, they got all these communal gaming areas. And what people do is that if they're looking for people to play their game, they put a flag on the table. So you can then wander along and say, "Oh, what have you got? Do you mind if I play?" And 95% of the time, it'll be sit down and have a game.
And there was a big, I can't remember, there's a big board game cafe that ran the games library.
Yes.
So in the evening, you could go and get a game from the board game cafe library, and then take the flag, go and sit on the table. And there was about 3 huge rooms that you could play in. It was great.
It was called something like the Happy Meeple or something like that. But it was. I mean, it's just a brilliant setup. So definitely worth going. Definitely worth going in the future.
There's some very, very bemused-looking hotel staff.
I could imagine.
Because there's a cosplay element to the show as well, isn't there? So.
Yes, I mean, it is.
They have the British cosplay championships for board games and video games. So, just watching the hotel staff some of the time was quite funny.
Yes, I mean, other than the usual. I mean, the 501st turn up and various other bits and pieces. So you have all the usual that, but yes, they do actually have. I mean. In the actual hall, they had like almost like a cosplay walkway set up and stuff. But yes, so all aspects of gaming are covered, including LARPing as well. For that matter, by the way, they have actually got did actually set a dungeon up in the hotel. They've got several connecting rooms and set a dungeon up and stuff like this. So yeah. All aspects of gaming are covered for, but funnily enough, miniatures gaming is probably the least well represented.
Interesting.
So that's the UK Games Expo. So let's move on to Let's move on to what else was happening that weekend, because for me that was the Friday, and then the Saturday. Or Blimus, we were all in the same place, and yet now the thought occurs to me, we still completely failed to get a photograph of us all together.
That's because I went to the bar.
I blame
Luff. That's because I wasn't there.
That's very true. You were busy playing Guild Ball.
I was, yeah.
Yes. So the 4 of us, Mr. Whitaker, Mr. Hobbs, Mr. Luff, and myself. We're in Evesham for the Operation Market Larden 4.
OML4. So we tricked off down to Evesham, track to land, didn't we, guys?
Indeed.
We did.
Yeah.
And we all had some games in hand. Neil and I had been spending, the last 3 weeks sorting a game out. I managed to get Neil actually prepared and organised for a change, with much moaning and gnashing of teeth from yourself.
Yeah, including I think you do too much, Neil. You can't. If you take all those figures, we won't possibly get a game finished.
No. Yeah, and you got the didn't you? You got the
Oh, I did. Oh, I did.
Yeah. Oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Why can't we run me 2 platoons each?
Because we're not going to finish it. That's why. And in the end, it actually worked out pretty well, didn't it?
I think it did.
Yeah.
It looked great. Yeah, that little area you had set aside with the squares on it. That was fantastic.
Stroke of genius, mate. Stroke of genius.
Yeah.
Last minute thing on a Thursday night, that was. While we were packing up, ready for going down on Saturday, that was.
I don't know if you've got any photographs of it, but basically it was a 4x2 board with sort of 6-inch squares on it.
Yeah, it was 2x2 boards.
Yeah, all these squares, and each square was a different support option. Fantastic idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so each squad, it's divided into 2 halves. Across the top half of each was every single, was each squad. So you could find where each of your squads were, and then in the bottom half were all your support options. But that was Luffy's idea on the Thursday night. He went, "Oh, why don't we do this?"
Captain Sensible strikes again.
Yeah.
Just kept things tidy. When we were working out the game, I just looking at anything that would keep the game moving and just make it a bit quicker. And you will watch participation games in the past, and that people are always struggling to work out, what they're allowed to have and what they're not allowed to have and what's coming on when on the table or whatever. And I just thought that's just going to make it so simple and so clear.
Really, yeah, it was really good. So, because I didn't play it, so you had your core force, your platoon, and you had all support options. Were the support options ones you had to take, or did you say, right, you've got a choice of?
No, yeah, I mean the British force, which was Paras and a troop of Shermans, they were quite limited. The only choices they had were within their engineer section, because they had an entire engineer section, so they could choose what was a flamethrower, demolition team, wire cutters. What was the other thing there?
Mine clearers.
Mine clearers, that was it.
Yeah.
And then the German, which were the Panzer Grenadiers, we ended up giving them really just lots of options of fixed positions and fixed entrenchments and wire and etc. We did allow them to have either an adjutant or a second senior leader as well, and a couple of ambush markers as well, didn't we? Which they had to pay for. We had, 10 support point options the Germans had.
Yeah.
And they could spend it how they see fit.
Yeah, there were some extra support options. I mean, basically, it was based on a scenario taken from the Operation Overlord book. The Battle Group Overlord book, funnily enough. If you look in the Battle Group Overlord book, there's a scenario which it's actually based on, it's the attack on Breville on the 12th of June. It was the last major action that British airborne forces were involved in.
Yeah, because they got mullered by their own artillery.
That was it. That was the one. And actually, that was the one where, by the end of the day's action, they'd suffered something like 75% casualties, and they had lost every senior officer above the rank of sergeant. Had either been killed or wounded.
I know that battle very well because I did a 2-day version of it using Battlefront rules.
Oh, right, cool.
About 10 years ago.
Yeah.
On the 61st anniversary of the battle taking place.
And he's never recovered.
I've never recovered. There was a lot of Calvados drunk that weekend.
Sounds pretty awesome to me. But yeah, so basically, yeah, it was that. But the vast majority of actual kind of troops were fixed. But as I say, because they were Paras, it meant that the Paras had from a points balance side, the Germans were about 10 force points shy. But we thought if we give the Germans too much option of extra troops, then it would potentially imbalance the game. So we thought, well, how are we going to do this? And we thought, okay, we'll tell you what, we'll give we'll just let people have fixed defences. And it was amazing the difference in what people chose between we ran 2 games, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. It was amazing the difference between what people chose. It was interesting. So that was this, wasn't it, Luffy?
Yeah.
And then so of course in the morning we got there, we set up and we spent. I mean, Dave was very strict with me. He basically said, you're not allowed to talk to anybody until you got the table set up.
Because you're so easily distracted, it's untrue.
So, I don't know what you mean. Squirrel. Yeah.
So he got the He had the straight away.
Anyway, we got the table set up, and so we were slaving away getting the table set up. So got it all nicely set up.
The table went up really easy.
It was great.
We weren't slaving away. We did whack it up really quick. Everything's set up, isn't it? So we can set it up pretty quick.
And in the meantime, Mr. Hobbs is there, and he's got all his tables set up, and he's got his and front, he's got his fort in the corner, which I think, but at this point he's permanently attached to the mat for his 1812 game, and then of course he's got all his polished brass in the corner on the table.
Yeah.
You can tell us all about that in a minute. And so there's Mike slaving away, putting all these games together, and what have you. And and that looks really nice. Look at that looks really nice. And we got around
Smoke grin,
taking photos.
Smoke grin.
And we got to the corner where Mr. Whitaker is, and this is just a piece of cloth.
A vast expanse of British green.
Nothing at all. It's like, what? Oh, put a lot of effort into this then, Mike, didn't you?
Yeah.
Kindly explain yourself, sir.
I was running a Dux Britanniarum game. And as anyone who has played Dux Britanniarum has told you, part of the beauty of Dux Britanniarum is that the first thing that happens when you run a raid scenario is the players alternate in placing bits of scenery before they know what scenario they're going to play.
Okay.
So you start with an empty table and a box full of large and small terrain bits. Because that's half the fun.
Otherwise known as cheating.
No. No, not at all. But it basically does mean that I did get to stand there and sort out 2 lots of figures into suitably based units, set out my scenery boxes, lean on the corner of the stage, fold my arms and drink a cup of tea, while the rest of you slaved over hot tables.
That's it. Next year I'm doing Duxbrit.
So you did Duxbrit. We did Big Cock. Oh, sorry. We're not allowed to call it that anymore, are we?
No.
No.
It's called Command, isn't it?
Yeah, Co-Command.
Or
yes.
Chainock.
Chainock.
Yes. Yeah, so we did a big one of them. And then, Mr. Hobbs, you did War of 1812 again, didn't you?
Yeah, another playtesty game, but yeah, good fun. Yes. And the fort was out, because the Forto was out. And, 2 games of that. Mr. Luff played in the afternoon.
Mm.
What, you left Neil on his tot?
Yeah, well, he was straight over.
I didn't even know I was playing in the first game, to be honest. Neil didn't just dropped it on me on the night.
What?
Oh, on the day. Well, I turned up and you said, "Oh, you're playing." I said, "Am I?"
Please note, as we have earlier established, Dave doesn't read his email or social media, so we all knew what was going on more than he did.
Nothing new there, then.
Yeah.
However, Dave did get to play his first game of sharp practice with Mr. Hobbs.
Well, before you go on any further, there is something to add to that.
Go on.
Well, the certain person's been moaning about British paras for nearly a year now.
Yeah, they're really hard to, aren't they?
They're really hard.
They are really hard.
Yeah. I've actually had a word with Rich Clark in the pub afterwards, and I think Panzer Grenadiers are overpowered, to be honest, because the paras didn't stand up to them at all. Neil? What did I do to those paras?
Yeah, he did kind of make a bit of a mess of them.
That's my case.
Mind you, dropping a mortar barrage down on them while they're in the open.
But that was only one section.
Yeah, but it also included their senior leader. I mean, the fact that you managed to wound their senior leader 3 times before killing him, which meant that the senior leader alone cost them, I think it was 6 force morale all on his own. It was either 5 or 6 force morale just because the senior leader got wounded twice before he died. It was wound, dead.
Sounds disturbingly like the second of my Dux Brit scenarios, where the 2 British levy protecting the pilgrimage spotted this large horde of hairy-arsed Saxons coming, turned to face them at Forden Shield Wall, got hit very hard, and lost about 6 points of force morale in a turn and a half. I mean, literally. I mean, when you consider that in the previous game we'd had this massive dust-up in the middle between 3 units of levy and she-wall against a couple of section units, which lasted for 8 rounds of combat of just sort of big sort of Bernard Cornwell-esque push and shove and grunt. It was quite an amusing contrast. There was some ridiculous dice rolling.
I think for that sounds like there had to be. Yeah,
there were some lovely games there.
There were.
Really was. Yeah, we had Al and Aid put on the
Ardennes.
Ardennes. That was
Ardennes Chain Command 28mm. That was really nice.
And Jim Iversen's table, the ACW one.
ACW with Zwarves. Yes.
Well,
lots
more
of
to
Zwarves.
the point, I wonder how many people realised until they were told that was a Citadel Realm of Battleboard.
Yeah. Yeah, that looked good.
It was it was very inspiringly painted, I might add.
Mm. And we had Sid with his 2mm Lutzen game, which looked really interesting. Mm-hmm. Although he did give his players homework. He sent out the rules and they had to do orders and stuff about a month before.
And he only ran it once.
Yeah. And Rich did his Question of Pluck, so it was his 2mm Boer War game.
6mm. 6mm war game.
6mm,
yeah,
that's it.
which would have worked so much better if he hadn't have dropped the figures before in the boxes just before he arrived.
Oh no!
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. No. And then there was Rob did Eastern Front.
Avery.
Rob Avery did.
He is sort of Captain I Ain't Been Shot on in the absence of Rich.
Yes, so he did Eastern Front. I Ain't Been Shot on.
Yeah,
which looked very nice
from one of his scenario books, in fact.
And then Rich did Sharp Practice 2 with his Imaginations stuff in the afternoon.
Indeed, and then there was also Chain of Command Spanish Civil War, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Which looked very nice as well. Yeah. So yeah, lots and lots of lovely games.
Lots and lots of excellent games, and much beer and curry.
Oh yeah, there was beer and curry.
There was.
Mm.
Some of us even managed to make it down the previous night as well.
Yeah.
Please note, at this point, Mr. Luff, I'm hanging my head in shame.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the subject of, as you were briefly discussing during UK Games Expo, on the subject of hotel prices, you missed a trick there.
Yeah, it was great. Me and Mike were the advanced
guard.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got there early, made sure the bar was okay. It was. So we stayed for another night.
Don't know what we'd have done if it wasn't.
Mind you, having said that, I think I managed to drag Mr. Luff away from Mr. Hobbs just at the right point.
Possibly.
Why?
Well, I'll put it this way. On the way home, I think the discussion went along the lines of, Mr. Luff, what did you say? Something like the combination of you, Mr. Hobbs, and beer of and an evening where you didn't have to drive anywhere afterwards.
Could have got messy.
Yeah.
Well, that second pint of Doom Bar was going down very quick. Other real ales are available.
Yeah.
So I think next year could, yes, even next year, watch out.
Oh.
Yes. So as we pointed out, next year, because they've already announced the dates, UK Games Expo is on the 2nd to the 4th of June next year, and Market Larden is on the 10th of June. So they're actually a weekend apart. So we can do both.
I'm just going to do the one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's Market Larden, though.
Small matter of, what's the word? Not getting in overly much trouble, given I'm still also Dad's taxi service for Deeping Seconds cricket team.
I'll do both with your deal.
Thank you. At least someone's up for both.
Well, I don't know. It depends, because it's invite only, and you have to be in the group, and you have to be seconded. There'll be a committee meeting, see if we can get you in.
Should take us all 30 seconds to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering I've known Rich longer than you guys have, I think.
Indeed. But so, and we already potentially have some plans for next year, don't we?
Do we?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you know, Dave. Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, I did let you know, but you don't read social media or text messages or anything like that.
Right. They're probably in my trash file then.
Not that I'm hurt at all, No,
don't be hurt. No.
Doesn't reply to texts. Doesn't ring me. Doesn't email.
Too busy. Just too busy.
All right, you don't phone. What's the boy supposed to do already?
I turned up to game last week, and I turned up the house. He wasn't there. I mean, we'd arranged. Oh yeah, I'm coming over here. Come and get there. He's not there. And then I ring him, and the phone doesn't get answered. It's like, oh, what's he doing? And then he rings me back saying, "Hello, sorry, I missed your call. I couldn't work out how to answer the phone." And at that point, I knew what the problem was. He was out in his new toy.
Well, I was actually coming back from collecting it.
The Meeples wagon, you say?
Yeah.
So you won't actually need a hotel for OML5. You can just sleep in the back.
Well, I can.
Neil Shuck.
That was very pointed.
Do you think I'm sharing a van with him? You got another thing coming.
Oh, God, you two like Bert and Ernie.
I was thinking more American, Ernie. Oh, come on, Hobbsy, if you and I are the two mics.
Yeah, that's true. That's OML and...
I've only got little legs.
That's that second finish. What should we talk about next?
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back in a minute. We haven't done one of these for a while. It's competition time. Those lovely people at Pen and Sword have very kindly asked if you wanted to run a competition. Over to Mr. Whitaker for the details.
Indeed. So, as Neil says, those lovely folks from Pen and Sword, who also donated a prize to the Combat Stress raffle for Operation Market Larden, which raised a rather juicy £271 before gift aid, have given you lucky listeners, 3 lucky listeners, the choice of one each of a number of books from the Images of War series by Anthony Tucker-Jones. We have Special the Panther Tank, Special Tiger 1 and Tiger 2, Special T-34, Battle for the Crimea, Eastern Front Air War, Battle for Kharkov, Armoured Warfare in Normandy, Armoured Warfare from the Riviera to the Rhine. So 3 lucky winners will each get a choice of one of those. And we have a question for you.
Hang on one second. What is more, they will be signed copies.
Oh, yes, we did mention that, didn't we? They will be signed copies.
Signed by the author, indeed.
As not by Ocelot, signed by the author.
No, yes. Signed by the author. And funnily enough, those prizes are somewhat appropriate to a topic of conversation we're going to have. Yes.
Indeed. So, the competition, the question. All 4 of the regular Meeples presenters, which is to say myself, Mr. Hobbs, Luffy, and Neil, have fully painted, ready to deploy chain of command forces. Name us one of each of ours. I want to know which army list, not just, it's Germans.
Right. Okay.
You're not obliged to tell us which scale.
I was going to say, I think I know 2, but that's about it. Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So the competition is going to run for, what was I going to say, a month?
End of July?
End of July.
End of July, yes, okay. So the competition is going to be run to the end of July. Please email your entries in to competition@meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. Okay, so that's competition@meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. Please entitle it Pen and Sword Competition. Okay, so that's pen and sword competition, and put your answers in there, and then we will do a random draw of all the people who got it right. And that will be in the show that is published on, that'll be the show that, we'll publish it either in the show notes or we'll record it and add it into the show that's due out, probably actually the 15th of July now, won't it? No, 15th of August.
So, and the question once again is, all four of our presenters own at least one painted chain of command force. Name one from each presenter. Trawling people's blogs is a highly recommended process.
If that doesn't up our blog traffic, nothing will.
If that doesn't improve our page views, God knows what will.
Yeah, indeed. Good luck with that, and don't forget, closing date for that is the 31st of July. Have you ever wondered what's going on in wargaming? We do too. So come with us as we go behind the hobby with the Meeples and Miniatures interview. While I was at the Games Expo, I had the opportunity to chat with several publishers about various games that were either coming out or had just been produced. I hope you find these interesting. Managed to catch up with Alessio Cavatore, as I've never seen him before.
Indeed.
Hello, Alessio, how are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Just to explain, Alessio is masquerading as the Goblin King.
Indeed, Jareth, the Goblin King.
Indeed, from your new game.
Yes.
Can you tell us all about it?
Yeah, the Labyrinth. So it's coming out in August, September. We started pre-ordering and it's going really, really well. We're really happy about it. And basically it's a cooperative game. 4 players can play together to solve the riddles of the labyrinth, get into Goblin City, fight their way for Goblin City and reach the castle where Jareth is waiting for them. And then Sarah will step in, confront Jareth, and if she manages to defeat him, then she can claim the baby. Otherwise, in 13 hours, if you're going to do it in 13 hours, your brother is going to turn into a goblin.
Oh, right.
So that's the game, and it's got wonderful miniatures.
They are absolutely fantastic. I mean, obviously the 3-ups are amazing, but can you describe what sort of scale we're looking at? I mean, I suppose they're looking, 40, 50 mil?
Well, the actual miniatures, they are large 30 mils.
Yeah.
They could feature in 30 mils. Collections. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I suppose especially with like the. I mean, we got some stuff of some of the goblins and stuff. I mean, you could almost see those appearing in a warband somewhere.
For example, absolutely. And but basically, Johnny Fraser-Allen, that sculpted these, is just a very, very talented chap, and he loves the Labyrinth. He did the artwork as well.
Oh, fantastic!
So
yeah, I mean, it really, I mean, for any fan of the film, it's exactly, it really is. It's great stuff.
I try to do that. I try to, make you feel like you're playing the movie, and it's simple enough that you can play with your kids and enjoy it together.
So, in the game, what are the components you get in the actual game itself?
Well, you get obviously all of the board cards, counters, rules, and 5 miniatures, which are the Goblin King and the 4 main characters. You get Ludo, you get Sardidimus, you get Hoggle, and you get Sarah, of course.
Right.
In an expansion, we'll get the goblins as well to replace some of the standees, because there's cardboard standees in the game.
Okay.
And to keep the price point low, we make the goblins as a separate purchase, if you want, with extra rules, extra cards for the goblins.
And when are the goblins due out?
We haven't announced that yet, but it's not going to be miles away.
Yeah.
Months later. We haven't quite decided exactly when.
Brilliant. And pre-order's going very well.
Oh, yes.
Fantastic
yes.
stuff.
Very.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It looks an absolutely fantastic game, and I hope it goes well for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm with Steve Horvath from Fantasy Flight Games. and we're looking at a fantastic looking game. This is Star Wars Rebellion, yeah. Steve, can you tell us all about it?
Yes, I can. So in Star Wars Rebellion, this is a grand strategic board game where you're not playing individual forces or you're not even controlling just armies. You're either controlling the whole rebellion or the entire empire.
Okay.
Right? So like I said, it's a grand strategy game where obviously the rebellion is trying to free the galaxy from the Empire's tyranny, or as I like to say when I'm playing the Empire, you're trying to restore order to the galaxy.
Oh, of course,
okay?
Yes.
And you have different victory conditions. You make a lot of decisions throughout the game and do a lot of different things, but the Empire's main goal is to hunt down that elusive rebel base and destroy it. As soon as they do that, they win the game, period. All right? The rebels, on the other hand, are trying to free the galaxy. They're trying to sway enough of the systems that you see out here on the board to join their cause, and at a certain point, enough of them are in open rebellion that they've overturned the Empire.
Right.
Okay. So that's really the gist of it, and you notice you see all of these fabulous plastic pieces out here and all of these hero stand-ups.
Yeah.
You're moving around your fleets. You can actually build more than one Death Star if you're the Empire. Okay.
Cool.
And you're assigning heroes to different missions. It could be diplomatic missions to sway a planet in your favor, or military missions. You're using the Force with the Force-sensitive characters. So there's a deck of mission cards that you're sending the heroes on, right?
Yeah.
And those are going to help you one way or another. The Empire is also sending out probe droids during the game, trying to find that rebel base. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the basic high-level overview of the game.
Right, okay. Tell us a bit more about what comes with the games. I mean, the miniatures look incredible. So what actually comes in the box? Because it's a big box.
It is a very, very big box. You've got 89 Imperial miniatures, 64 Rebel miniatures. So as you see, that's over 150 miniatures in the game, right?
Yeah.
And they range from these big Death Stars to the Superstar Destroyers. You could actually have multiple Superstar Destroyers.
Right.
Then you see the AT-ATs, the AT-STs, lots of ground troops, X-Wings, blockade runners, big Mon Calamari ships. These are going to go around fighting very important combats as the Rebellion's trying to, just like they did in the original trilogy, a lot of hit-and-run tactics, trying to just almost ankle-bite nitpick at the Empire and keep them stalled out as they're trying to win systems to their favor, right? And then the Empire's using this huge military machine to roll over, and you see these markers as they've taken control of a system, whether it's Empire or Rebellion, those markers go in there to see where the allegiance lies, right? So,
well, being Fantasy Flight, the production values are top notch as always.
Well, thank you very much.
It looks absolutely fantastic. So, up to how many players can play, and what sort of playing time are we looking at?
So you could have 2 to 4 players play.
Yeah.
It works great as a one-on-one game. You can also run teams of 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
You can also have 2 versus 1.
Right.
Okay. I suggest if it's 2 versus 1, you want 2 Empire players with 1 Rebellion player, just to increase that tension. But we have played with 2 Rebel players and 1 Empire player as well, right? So that can go either way. There are some extra rules if you want to play in multiplayer, just to make sure that everybody's always engaged in the game. A 1 versus 1 game will go 3 to 4 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and what sort of price point are we looking at?
80 quid. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Steve, it looks a great game. For any Star Wars fan, it looks like a must-have.
This is the Star Wars board game you've been waiting 30 years to play.
Brilliant. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Was that okay?
I've run into a certain... I say friend of the show. He's going to be part of the competition really soon. How are you, mate?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you again, yeah. And, bit of a different venue. Here we are at NEC.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. When I was setting up yesterday, I was thinking, this is a bit big. And then there's a bus parked with a logo on it in the venue. It's like, that's some serious money going on in here. It's really impressive. full of people already, and it's only the preview bits.
Yeah, it's only the press. So you're displaying open combat here as well?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a bit of
like official flyers and I mean.
And I have a stand, proper little pop-up stand and everything now. It's like
what? No homemade banner this time?
No homemade banner. I had to retire it. Mainly because it's a two-man job to put it up when you're trying to do a bit of carpentry in the middle of an exhibition stand. So I had to retire it.
So how's it going?
It's going well. This show in particular is going to be my first ever experience at the Expo. So right. I've no idea.
So you've never been here as a punter? Or
I've been here as a punter, but I've not been here as a trader. So my first experience as a trader. As a punter, I know it's an amazing place. It's just you just lose yourself as a gamer.
Roger, having said that, I mean, this it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? We're just talking about it, kind of going, oh, this is a bit different.
Yeah, very impressive, and so many games, and it's a reality check for people as well, I think, because you realise just how big the market is.
Yeah.
So it's good, and there's a lot of really cool new things coming out from loads of different companies. But at the same time, it's nice to be in it.
Yeah.
Being one of them. You know, it's like, I'm here, with a little flag in the ground. You know.
So what's going on the open combat front? I mean, obviously you've been selling the book, and how's it all going?
Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. What's proving hard is keeping the momentum when you're on your own. That is proving hard. And the thing that I'm going to be doing is, I've got, as you briefly mentioned about competition, I'm going to be running my own podcast. That's one thing I'm starting probably in a couple of weeks' time from when we've recorded this.
Oh, right, okay.
I've got the first bit done. I'm doing a pilot episode first, which is I'm going to try and keep it to just half an hour. It's me waffling, you know.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. There's only me. It's just me on my own, so I might run out of steam, you know.
Oh.
And I was planning on recording it next week, and I'm thinking that's probably a bad idea because it's after the Expo. I might not have a voice on Monday, so we'll see. We'll see where we are. But yeah, I'll be doing that. I'm also, after this show, I'll be getting back into production on the first supplement, the Swordsman supplement, which I'm hoping to release in July. A lot of things could happen between then. Again, it's all about whether you can afford to do it and all that sort of stuff. But I'll probably just start off with a pre-order of it. I'll set it up as a pre-order. It'll be released as a PDF, and I'm hoping to do print.
Oh, cool.
It'll definitely be releasing as PDF.
Yeah.
The print depends on how I can work it and what the final page count comes out as. So. Got to work that out, but I'm really quite excited about that because there's some really cool scenarios in it where you can jump off tables and swing around chandeliers and that kind of thing. So
cool.
It's quite entertaining.
Of course, with it being out the system, I mean, immediately I'm thinking, oh, fantastic, Three Musketeers and all that.
It is, that kind of thing, And I noticed it's back on the telly as well, isn't it? I sort of briefly saw a bit of an episode of it, you know. I thought,
it's like, get it out quick.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Swordsman could be any kind of thing. It's not just we all think of Musketeers, but it could be samurai, it could be the barbarian, kind of Conan and the Barbarian swords, but it could be whatever you want to treat it as. And obviously with it being an open system, you can apply the rules however you like. So, and it does add a few extra little bits in it, like the granularity of, there's a disarm rule in it that comes in, so you can disarm your opponent, and obviously you can track where the weapons go, so you could pick up an opponent's weapon and then attack them with it. So there's that kind of granularity that I kept out of the core book, because the core book's got a lot in it as it is, and it's a new system, and you've got total freedom, so there's a lot going on to learn. So the granularity of little things like picking up weapons and tracking discarded things, it's an optional rule that you don't necessarily have to use, but for guys that want to do it, it's there, you know, and particularly for barroom brawls, it's quite handy.
Cool. Really good stuff, mate. Well, I wish you well in the next 3 days, mate. I think you might be a bit busy, and hope you have a voice by Monday.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully it's busy enough that I haven't got a voice. Maybe I'm so busy and I've sold so many.
Good stuff. All the best, mate.
Yeah, cheers.
Well, I'm with Andy from DMB Games. Hi, Andy.
Oh, no, how you doing?
I'm well. So, can you explain what we have before us, please?
What we have before us are modular dungeon tiles. So we make sets of dungeon tiles. They're made out of dice stone, which is really hard plaster.
Yeah.
And they're all handmade, hand cast, hand produced, finished, felted, all that sort of stuff, with my giant monkey paws. And we've got a dungeon core set, which is how we sell the starters, and then we do all the additional bits and pieces.
Right.
We've got some of the additional floor tiles, so the odd sized floor tiles that you don't get in the core set. We've got a sci-fi range that we're just starting to do now. Mm-hmm. We've got some pentagram magic circle pieces, and they're actually hand carved into the top of a tile.
Oh wow, okay.
So we hand carved the original and then cast that up so we can produce them. Because it'd be a pain to hand cast every single one. We've got some elk on the walls to help set up the dungeon a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Then we've got my prototype set for the Castle Ravenloft board game. So rather than using the flat card tiles, 3D tiles for that. So
cool.
You still have to use the card tiles to turn them over because you couldn't stack our tiles up.
Yeah.
But it would just make a really nice dungeon out on the table.
But I mean, on that you've got sculpted detailing with books and
books, bricks. There's one there that's got pots and barrels and because the tiles on the board game are on a 4x4 grid, even though you don't use all 4x4 squares on each of the tiles. So the narrow corridor, for example, is only 2 squares wide.
Yeah.
If I just did that as a 2 square wide tile, the tiles wouldn't go together properly, and you'd break the mechanic of the game because you have to push them together where the triangles are and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I had to do them on a 4x4 grid, which left lots of dead space. So I thought fill out with some nice details, and they do look really nice when pushed together as well. So.
Indeed. So the squares, what, like 25 mil?
Yeah, 1 inch. It's on a 1 inch grid, so 26 or whatever it converts to. But yeah, pretty much. So.
So at the moment you've got Dungeon Core set, which is available now, yeah?
It is available now. It's available in 2 different styles. You've got the cracked flagstone that we've got here.
Yeah.
And it comes in a fieldstone, which is a tinier block, a bit more like cobblestone type of thing.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Okay. And what sort of price points are you looking at for?
So the core set is 64 pieces and it's £100.
Right.
It comes finished and felted as you see it here.
Yeah.
All these pieces. It comes in the box with the felt layers in between it. Okay. Also, it all stores away quite nicely.
Right. And what sort of area does that cover?
You can do a 2x2 area, roughly, if you do 2 medium-sized rooms and connecting corridors.
Yeah.
Or you can do just over a foot square if you do one big massive room. So it'll do a big encounter or little bits. But because it's all modular, it's designed for you to sort of build it as you go along through the game. Yeah,
sure. And as I say, you're working on a sci-fi range at the moment?
Yep, that's right. So the floors are all done. We're just casting up the walls and accessories at the moment.
Yeah.
That will come in a £75 set, which will be some 3x3 grids to build rooms, and then 2x2 grids to build corridors and service ways between them.
Yeah.
And then things like computer consoles and nice piped walls and all sorts of bits and pieces like that to go with it. And barrels and crates and that sort of sci-fi.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously we've got the pentagram stone circle. Yep. What other accessories are currently in the works?
Well, we've got barrels, crates, large boxes, treasure chests, little treasure chests, skull piles, beds, tables, chairs, all those sort of bits. And then from there we're going on to do the pots and bits and pieces and books that are on those Ravenloft tiles.
Yeah.
And then we've got a whole range of furniture, like a tavern set furniture, so a whole tap room with a fireplace, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, right, cool.
And we're actually, the next sets we're doing are a modular tavern.
Yeah.
So you'll buy it as a tap room, as a bedroom, as a kitchen, and it'll all go together.
Yeah.
Still be relatively modular because you'll have corridors that go in between it, so you can arrange it however you want to, that sort of thing. We're then going to do a sewer set.
Yeah.
We're then going to do, we've got a cavern set, but it's very small at the moment, so we're doing walls and accessories for that, so that will then expand that out as well into a big set. And then we're going to do a wilderness set, an outdoor set, so you'll have tree stumps and bushes and riverbeds and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah,
loads and loads to do, so it's really good, really good.
Now, as well as the dungeon accessories, looks like you're working on something else, yeah?
That's right, we're working on a board game, Roseburn Manor. So it's in its concept stage at the moment. We've written all the rules, we've play tested it, and so we're now looking to push it forward to get the artwork done, the prototype built up, the models, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Very quickly, the background is that Lord Claudius built a manor, and then he brought everyone in from all round, all the lords and gentry, and then on the night it opened and was finished, everybody disappeared.
Oh, right, okay.
And then the manor's been left empty for 50, 60 years, no one really knows what's going on, so the adventurers are then poking around to see what happened, find treasure, all that kind of stuff. And so we've got 4 different character types with 2 classes underneath each. So the warrior is a fighter and a barbarian.
Yeah.
Mage is an enchanter and a mage, that sort of thing. All different skill sets, upgrades as you go along. It's all based around a adventure location. Myself and a friend, Andrew Babcock, wrote. So it's that all the background's all filled out, all the NPCs, the adventures around the area, the location around it, everything's all done, and we're basing all the quests and all that off of those backgrounds and bits and pieces.
Right, so very much kind of RPG in a board game.
That's right, yeah. So very reminiscent of things like Hero Quest,
yeah,
Warhammer Quest, Descent, those sort of dungeon delving character progression games. It's going to have an AI mechanic and an Overlord mechanic, so you can play it solo or cooperative, or you can have someone making it a hell of a lot harder for the heroes, which that's my favourite way of doing it. So it's all it's all coming along really nicely. So
cool. So as far as the actual game itself is concerned, I mean, you mentioned it kind of coincides with your tile set really, really well.
Yeah.
But are you going to? Is it going to be? Is it going to come with card art and that sort of thing?
It will be. Yeah, it will come in card tiles. We're actually going to use hexes because it's based on a D12 mechanic. Right. Because the D12 is the most unsung hero of the gaming world.
Yes.
And I love a D12 myself. They fit really nicely in my giant monkey paws. So it's all based on that. So the tiles are hexes, and we're using hexes instead of squares in the actual game.
Right.
So it all ties together quite nicely. And the hexes also give you a freer range of movement. And you can do different diagonals and bits and pieces that you can't really do on squares. But there would be nothing to stop people from just lifting that stuff out and just translating hexes into squares and using our tiles to go along with it if they wanted to do 3D bits and pieces. Because the mechanics aren't necessarily tied to those hexes, it just ties to the dice and looks good. So
Okay, brilliant. When are you looking at releasing that? Any ideas at the moment?
No, as I said, we're still in it will depend upon how quickly we can find someone to finish the artwork off and how long it takes to sculpt the figures. I'm pretty sure we're not going to do a Kickstarter for it.
Okay, it's unusual.
Well, various reasons for that, but one of them is the pressure of the Kickstarter, and I wouldn't want to let people down, so I want to make sure it's the best product I can make, as opposed to rush it, get it out there, fail for delivery, come across all sorts of issues and stuff. I've never done a Kickstarter before and wouldn't know what to do. So I'd rather we just took our time, got the community involved through social media and shows and all that sort of stuff, and just built it up that way. It'll probably take a little bit longer to get it out there, but I think it will provide a better product. So.
Brilliant. And if people want to find you, where are they? Where are you on the web?
We are dmbgames.co.uk.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thanks for your time, and I hope you have a good day.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm with Juliet Santos from Morning Family, and we're looking at a new game from Stonemaier Games called Scythe. Juliet, can you tell us all about it, please?
Scythe is an alternative universe 1920s game that is set in Eastern Europa.
Oh right, okay.
Eastern Europa, it's a new way of looking at history, really. You have a country that is run by a territory called the Factory.
Okay.
There is a Great War. The Great War finishes and the factory closes its doors. So now all the surrounding countries are interested in exploring the world and maybe putting down their own territories and trying to take over before the other countries can.
Yeah.
So you have 5 different factions with a character and an animal that belongs to the character.
Okay.
And you represent one of these factions and you go explore the world and you try to take as much land as you can.
Right, so it's an area control game?
It's a 4X game.
Oh right, okay.
Yes. So there are lots and lots of different things that you can do.
Yeah.
But the aim of the game is to fulfill certain objectives. Once you've fulfilled 6 objectives, you finish the game, and the person with the most points or coins wins.
Right. Okay. So obviously, we're looking on the board. Is this the finished product that we're seeing?
This is the retail copy.
Okay.
So if you flip over the board, there's actually a bigger version of it.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can show you. But basically the hexagons are about this big on the other side. So you can have the normal table experience, or you can go big.
Right.
So there's 5 factions right now. There will be an expansion available later this year with 2 more factions.
Okay.
So you can play it with up to 7 people at the same time.
Up to 7?
Up to 7.
Okay. So what actually comes in the retail game as far as components and all that sort of thing is concerned?
Right, so in the retail game, obviously you have your game board, you have your 5 factions. Each faction consists of 1 character and 4 mechs.
Right, okay.
You have workers, you have buildings, you have recruits.
Yeah.
You have a character mat that gives you your own specifications unique to the character, and then there's a choice of 5 player mats that you can select at random.
Yeah.
So every time you play, you can change it up for yourself.
Right.
There's an Automa version, so you can play alone. And then there's lots and lots of cards, lots and lots of resources made of woods, lots and lots of coins, help cards to help you navigate the world more easily if you're playing for the first time. There's a lot of components in the game. The game weighs over 3 kilos.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Now, just to explain, as far as the factions are concerned, the characters are all individually sculpted.
Yes.
Each faction has a different mech, so it's just not that they're individually sculpted pieces, they're not generic, and then lots and lots of wood, which is lovely.
And if you look, the workers of the faction of Olga, the Rusvet Union, look different than the workers of the Saxony Empire.
So even the Meeples are all individually...
Yeah, they are. And if you back the Kickstarter and you got the Art Connoisseur edition, you actually have realistic looking resources. So your wood looks like proper logs rather than wooden token.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's
so
gorgeous.
5 to 7 players. 5 players at the moment with an expansion for 7.
Yep.
What sort of price point are we looking at for this?
It's going to be £65.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and is it available now?
No, it's not. Currently, the Kickstarter copies are on a boat to the fulfillment centres that will send it to the backers. Okay. Once every backer has their copy, you will be able to buy it in store.
Cool. So what sort of time are we looking at?
We're going to look at October time.
Brilliant.
It might be sooner, but just to be safe, we're going to say October.
Okay, and when are we looking at to see the expansion?
It's going to be this year.
Yeah.
So Christmas, I think, maybe sooner. Keep checking BGG because that's going to be the safest bet to look.
Brilliant. Well, it looks a fabulous game. The artwork and the miniatures are great. I wish you all the best with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. With Michael and Joe from Oathsworn. It's nice to see a miniatures manufacturer here. You appear to be in the minority.
Yeah, we're definitely badly outnumbered, I think. Yeah.
So, obviously here with Oathsworn, can you tell us what you've got on display and what you've got on show at the moment?
We've got our new Burrows and Badgers skirmish game. It was going to be released here, but we did get it out at Salute because the books turned up the day before Salute.
Oh, cool.
So we took them with it. They weren't supposed to arrive, but we thought we'd take them anyway. So we did a few there, but technically it's being released here. We did our Burrows and Badgers range in a couple of Kickstarters last year.
Yeah.
And now we've got the rules to go with the game, so hopefully we've put together a few starter warband packs just to make it easier for people to get involved. And we've just finished delivering the Heroines in Sensible Shoes Kickstarter, so we've got the miniatures there now to sell as well.
That kind of took off for me, didn't it?
It did, unexpectedly. It was,
That's a good unexpected.
It was. It was meant to be just a quick one before Salute, as just to kind of tide us over.
Yeah.
And it ended up being ridiculously large, and so we literally just finished delivering last week. It's taken on time.
Oh yeah, it was on
thank
time.
you. We have maintained our perfect record of Kickstarter delivery on time.
I was going to say, so I mean, as far as Kickstarters are concerned, you're getting a pretty good reputation.
Yeah, 8 delivered on time now.
Yeah.
So that's and only 8 done. So
100%.
Yeah, 100% so far. We're just going to keep it that way now.
So I mean, on the Kickstarter thing, I mean, obviously what you seem to be doing is concentrating on small Kickstarters that limited release, but as you say, hitting delivery and what have you.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. I mean, you see so many that when they start to do well, they think, oh, you can have this for free and that for free, and they just add so much on without thinking that you've got to deliver this, you've got to produce it, and each of them costs money. And so we found that just keeping it nice and small and knowing our limits and what we can produce in the time frame is the best way to go.
Yeah, well, we have had to say, backers have said, okay, so now you've got this much money, can you also give us this, this and this? And we've had to say no, because we budgeted, we know what we can actually produce in the money, and it's like, if you want to pay for it, we can add it in, but as it stands, I think people get lost in giving away freebies, and it may get you higher numbers, but then you can't deliver. So I mean, we've
And
seen
at the
it
end of
often
the day,
enough.
it is a business, and we are trying to make some money.
Yeah,
we've
you've got to make enough so you can. You're still eating while you're delivering.
Yeah,
basically.
and things like pay the mortgage and have food on the table and stuff.
Yeah, because it's the time it takes. I mean, it is a full-time job. When you're running a Kickstarter, you do nothing else. And then, for months afterwards.
And of course, it's because the business goes on hold for...
Yeah, I haven't sculpted anything in weeks because we've been packing boxes, So once this out of the way, back to sculpting.
Right. So can you tell us a bit more about Burrows and Badgers?
I can. It's a small skirmish game set in a anthropomorphic animals world, medieval style, but with a bit of magic thrown in.
Yeah.
And the idea is you have a small warband. It's basically Mordheim meets Redwall. That's
cool.
the idea of it. It's you set up a little warband, various scenarios. You do campaign play. They get skills, and they develop your warband, or they die horribly, which is what tends to be what happens to mine. But that's the idea. It's kind of like the old skirmish games that Games Workshop used to do, but with Redwall characters, basically.
Cool. So about warband size and entry level as far as price points.
Right. Starting warband generally around 6 figures, thereabouts. We've put together some starter warband sets. 20 quid, generally between 6 and 7 figures in there. That gets you enough points to do like your starter warband, basically. With what's on the miniatures. And the rulebook's a tenner, and that's pretty much it, really.
Right, okay.
So,
and does it support multiplayer other than more than 2? Or?
Haven't yet. And we haven't needed to yet, but we're going to have to. So when we do, any extras I'm doing, I'm just putting as free PDFs on the website.
Right,
so,
okay. And does it contain a campaign system in the rules?
Yes, campaign system's in there. All the skills and everything's in there. And there's 12 scenarios so far in the book, and we're doing more for download. So,
brilliant.
Yeah, and it's good fun.
Good stuff. Well, miniatures look absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Continue what you've been doing, because it's been, as I say, your output's been great, and I wish you all the very best with the expo.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. With Ronnie Renton from Mantic. Hello, Ronnie.
Hi, Neil. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I've been meaning to get you on the show, or just have
anytime, you know me, I'm like the martini girl. Anytime, any place, anywhere.
Well, so here we are at the UK Games Expo. You're one of the few miniatures companies here.
Yeah.
First of all, you've been here almost from the start.
Yeah, we've had bigger and smaller presences, and we've seen it grow. It was very much just on the path, on the border. It's not kind of Salute or Depticon, but you could see it was growing. It's exciting, and we are trying to bring miniatures and to the the kind of path of righteousness to these filthy board gamers. So we're trying to teach them the joys of toy soldiers. So.
Indeed, and of course, I'll say it's a bit bigger this year, isn't it?
A lot bigger, isn't it? It's really moved up a level, and I think it's getting exciting. So. Yeah, we've got a great stand. We're running Dungeon Saga, which is probably our most board gamey product here. And we've got Dead Zone as well on one of our traders' stands. They're running Dead Zone. So we've steered away from too much hardcore Kings of War, huge big 6 foot by 4 foot battles, because for this audience, it's not quite right.
Yeah, quite. I say certainly. Dungeon Saga is definitely a sweet spot, isn't it, for this audience?
For this audience, it's brilliant. And generally, we totally sold out. We sold out twice in 4 months, and it's caused us problems in kind of getting stock back in.
Yeah.
But we've got a delivery just in. And then people love the nostalgic feel. It's a family game. For war gamers, it's a game you play between your war games.
Yeah.
It's your way of convincing your wife and your mates, your non-gaming mates, that you're not that weird, your family can finally have a game with you, and you really can play it. So they enjoy it because it's simple and light.
Yeah.
And I think for board gamers, just looking for something a bit different, it's got enough of what they're used to that it doesn't feel unfamiliar. Yeah. It's not too, when you say, hey, go from a board game to Kings of War, paint 200 figures, sorry, what? Whereas with the Dungeon Saga, it's all in a box. There's a quick start guide because it's still quite in depth. but it's got those very nice, turn the card over, you're now legendary, you've leveled up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is cool. I'm enjoying this kind of feeling of depth, and new baddies are introduced, so the story keeps evolving. So I think there's a lot in there that appeals to both sides.
Yeah, and of course there's big number of expansions, and
there's there where people love to play. You can either there's Adventurer's Companion, which allows you to build your own dungeons, build your own characters and your parties. So those that are loving it can really go in. There's continuations of the story of the 4 heroes in the base game, and then there's even new storylines that we've opened up so that they can go and do other adventures. And really nice. The plastic furniture and the plastic doors have done very well as well. People are picking that up for D&D and all manner of games. So as a nice little tight license and a little thing, it's set in Mantic, so it's part of the Kings of War storyline too, so the gamers can see how it ties in. So it's really, really pretty, it's really done well, and we're thinking where we take it next.
Yeah. Now obviously from a Mantic point of view, you've just delivered the Dead Zone Infestation. How's all that gone then? Yeah,
brilliantly. So I mean, Dead Zone was one of those games that I think there was huge enthusiasm for a sci-fi skirmish. Yeah. And by that I mean, 2x2, quick play, get your faction up quickly, very quite simple but compelling rules. Yeah. People say, like Infinity's skirmish, it's not. I mean, Infinity's a war game. Yeah. It's on a big space. You've got 6 figures, but it's a 3-hour game. I think we were looking to go in front of that. And in the first Dead Zone, when you then add the terrain onto it, you suddenly got a skirmish game on 3. Wow, that's what people want to play. And the rules, I don't think, quite nailed it. So when we came to reboot it, we just wanted to streamline it so you could pick it up and play it and really get through 2 games, and without making it. We just wanted to flow. We want to be very intuitive, like Kings of War. Just people are playing big war games, and it's really intuitive. There's no rules. And that's, I think, from all the feedback we've got, people have just re-engaged with it, and this is the game they wanted.
Oh, right, okay.
They are playing 45 minutes, and then, hey, I lost, you won, respawn, let's play again. Yeah. In an hour and a half, you're playing 2 games. The command dice add an element that each game's different. The terrain changes it. So if you're using the same figures, you can play 4 times, and no 2 games will be even close. Yeah. So it's been very well received. Hard plastic throughout. The starter set now. Forge Fathers, all hard plastic. Enforcers, all hard plastic. Terrain, all hard plastic.
Has that been a big learning process and
always,
going through producing
always learning process. The first game was 65 because we put the rubber mat in.
Yeah.
Whereas some people have their own wargaming table. Some people it's got a paper mat. If you want the rubber mat, you can upgrade it. If you want to put it on your secret weapon board, you can do that. So we're always learning. I think we're hopefully getting to the point that we know what we're doing. I think with Dungeon Saga, we really got it right first time. We paid attention to it. It took a little longer than we expected, but it nailed it. I think that's now fallen into Kings of War, because that was the second issue. We knew what we were trying to do there. That's 2. Dead Zone, that's 3. Beautiful hardback rule book, all the rules in one place. So I think we're getting through that place where there was such an explosion of learning. We were giving us money on these Kickstarters. Yeah. We were tooling, we were making games plus scenery. Okay, we've now gone back and doing them all perfectly. Yeah. I like to think, never perfect, but as close as you can, learn those lessons. We've got The Walking Dead. All of our fantasy is set in Mantic. All of our Warpath universe, Dead Zone is set in the same place as your Warpath, so your figures can be used. Dreadball is in the Warpath universe. The soon to be announced, Dungeon Crawler in space is going to be in.
I was about to say, is there anything you can see? Is this really what you're
I mean, Dreadball 2 is definitely needs a facelift. So we're going to go back. I mean, it's a beautiful game. Doesn't need any changes with the rules. We're just going to probably go to coloured dice to give us a bit more gradients between 3 and 4. Yeah. So you can, instead of if 3 is white dice, instead of 3 white dice with 2 white and a blue. So that pip upgrade gives you a load more flexibility. But just get the core game sorted back out again, get all the rules in one place. There's 6 season books, there's 4 expansions, clean it right back up, which would be great. Bring that out, 2017, I think. Yeah. We'll probably, kickstart it for the core early on. Give that, and then just we've got The Walking Dead coming out at the end of the year. Yeah. Which we specifically have geared towards retail, £35 price point, $50. Yeah. So it really is a price point that board gamers can suddenly have a dip at.
Yeah.
And the quick start guide will allow them to really see how they can play.
Yeah. Plus you've got Warpath shunting on in the background.
Correct. And that's a much bigger, that's a big hardcore war game.
Yeah.
And that's going to it takes years. And that's why Dead Zone's a great feeder into it. You can play, there's Firefight for those who like skirmish, large skirmish, squad-based skirmish.
Yeah.
And then a top-end Warpath for huge mass battles at 28mm tanks, the whole thing, off-planet bombardments and tactical command stuff. So really good fun. So there's a lot going on, but at the same time we've narrowed down. It's Warpath, it's Mantic, it's Kings of War, and then it's The Walking Dead is on one license that we're leading with.
Yeah.
Very exciting times. I know the team's getting bigger, so that we can make sure the stuff's coming out.
Cool, brilliant. Well, thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
And, all being well, look forward to having you on the show.
Let's do it. Make it happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I must catch up with Rich from Steamforged Games.
Hello.
Hello. We spoke 6 weeks ago. Was it 6 weeks ago?
I think it was 6 weeks ago.
Only 6 weeks ago.
It's not long ago, yeah.
And then on the Tuesday, you were launching this little Kickstarter.
We were, yeah, small little Kickstarter.
So how did that go then?
Pretty well. Yes, it went pretty well.
Have you caught up on sleep yet?
No, just about. I think with the amount of shows we're doing and stuff, it's been a hectic time. I mean, we couldn't be happier. Like, it's been fantastic. Like the success of that Kickstarter, to be the biggest British Kickstarter ever, to be the biggest board game Kickstarter ever, most backers on a board game Kickstarter ever, most comments I think on the boards. We smashed so many records, and it's nice to see people looking at what we've presented, enjoying what we've done, and we're listening to that feedback and putting it into the game. So
yeah, I mean, I was just sat watching. Well, even in the first few minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, how did it feel? What was it? What was it like in Steamforged HQ? What was it?
It was great. We did a little launch party, a little quiet one. So we had the staff around and a few friends and family, and we kind of pressed the button. No idea what's going to happen, and we kind of had a big screen there, so we pressed it, and it kind of clocked up like £1,000. Like, okay, that's good. And then about a second or two later, £20,000. Like, whoa, this is crazy. Like,
I mean, you
3 minutes.
I was going to say you breached target like 3.
3 minutes, we got 50,000. And then by the end of the 24 hours, we'd made £1 million. So it's insane. Like, yeah.
That was I mean, I don't think I've ever seen something take off.
I've never seen it that quick. Like, I've never, out of all the Kickstarter I've seen, I've never seen one fund so quickly and reach such a high goal so quickly.
Yeah. I mean, because it was one of those things. It's like, obviously it did really well in the UK.
Yeah.
And of course we all went to bed.
Yes.
And then woke up in the morning.
And
it was
US and Australia woke up, and all of a sudden shoots again. Yeah. So I just didn't stop for a few days. Like, it just carried on going. Like, our traction over the first few days was unprecedented. Looking at the other Kickstarters, popular ones like Zombicide, things like that, Black Plague, it was just beating all those on the track. So we knew something good was happening. We were like, okay, we've really got to get, we had a lot of things in approval with Namco still, so we had to make sure we get them out of approval as quick as we can to make sure we feed people the information and get the information out there.
Yeah, because obviously, what do you think that you almost got kind of almost caught on just on the hop with the speed.
It's the speed, the speed definitely caught us on a guide. We knew it'd be popular. It's a cool IP. We felt we'd done a really good job on it, and the feelers were really good about it. However, the speed at which you went, we didn't see that coming. Like, we know we saw that coming. I don't think anyone could. Like,
well, no, as I say, it's unprecedented, wasn't it?
Yeah, unprecedented.
But having said that, you caught up pretty well.
We caught up, in a couple of days we were back on track, and then we employed a full customer service team. We had 6 people in total.
Oh, wow.
3 UK, 3 US, East and West. So it's pretty much 24-hour coverage that we had in place for the entire comment section throughout the Kickstarter. So that made a huge difference. Because people, any questions they had, they were being answered all the time. People could access it all. It was all there. So it just, that kind of interaction with the community is so big for us as a company. And we do that with all our products, and this is just another way of doing it. And I think people have said that, in the comment section, that was far, far more than any other people have ever seen before. So
yeah. I mean, as I say, just as far as the size of what you produced and what what people got for that 80 quid at the end.
It's a lot of stuff. Yeah,
it is an awful lot of stuff. I mean, how many boxes is that going to be in?
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot of boxes. We obviously planned the thing out, and we had stretch goals up to £4 million.
Cool. Okay.
That's what we planned up to.
Yeah.
The up to 4 million was still in approval. We had up to 2 million ready. Obviously, we hit that pretty quick. So, because we thought that would probably be the max we could get to, and to be honest, that was the max we could actually achieve in a Kickstarter. Because I think people don't really realise sometimes that every free model you produce and that £80 pledge has only got so much you can actually value. You can actually give away.
This is. I mean, all those people that are on the comments going, I can't afford £28. Why can't you give
us a massive boss?
Give it us for free, and think, especially at the end, you're kind of thinking,
you realise they can't.
It's like you realise you're asking for £750,000.
Exactly, and that's the whole point. Is that people don't always connect with that, and it's just kind of being open and honest. And we said that in the comments. Look, there is literally, we have up to that much, and then at that point we can't keep producing models at that stage because it's financially not viable for a product. So you could have a £10 million Kickstarter that made £10 million expenditure, it'd have nothing at the end of it, and it wouldn't be able to get produced. So
it's really good to hear that sensible head was on, because I must admit, you get to the point, you've seen it happen in the past where people, it's almost like people who produce stuff get caught up in the whole Kickstarter thing.
Of course you do. It's very easy to happen, right? Because you see the minute you release a model or something, more people back. It's like, I can keep pumping stuff in and keep going. But actually what you're doing is you're cutting into the viability of the product. And that shipping date is looking more and more away like that. We're confident in our April 2017 shipping date. We're confident with what product we've done, even with the success we've had. So we are fully on target with everything.
Because I was wondering, especially once you got over the 20,000 backers, and so was it 26?
34,000.
Oh, 34? Okay. So I'm thinking that's a heck of a lot of product.
It's a lot of people, but we've got the systems in place. Brilliant. We've got the commitment. We've made sure that timeline was reasonable for our plans. We took it properly. We've got a lot of experience with Guild Ball. That was our introduction. We had a year of developing that as a retail product. Have global distribution with that now. And by being this board game, we've approached it in a sensible manner to have all these steps in place and give people what they want.
And let's face it, you've got a bit of a big company behind you with a bit of clout, haven't you?
It's helping now. It's helping now. So Steamforged is now becoming a real recognised figure in the industry, and it's with this product as well, it just helps us get into a new marketplace, board games, and still protect Guild Ball tabletop. So so we've got a tabletop game, now got a board game, and people I'm sure will be dying to know what we're doing next year with our next game.
So basically at the moment it's just like, okay, Kickstarter, take a breather, then head down and go.
That's the one. We're taking it. We had a little. I think me and Matt had a week off, 7 days, just to kind of calm down after it all. And our other design team, we've got 2 new designers on. Our sculptor Russ Charles is full time now, so we've managed to do a lot of things, bring a lot of people in house now that have been working freelance for us. So it's making a huge difference to solidifying our company and making sure we can deliver on our promises.
And of course that'll kick on into everything else you're doing, won't it?
Absolutely. It means we can do more things, it can mean have more reach, and it means that the message and ethos of Steamforged and what we like to put in products will continue to grow.
Brilliant. Of course, as far as you were here last year.
Yes.
Bit of a different look this year, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. This is kind of more like a salute feel to the whole thing. It feels. Banners flew down over there. It's got a more of definitely more open. I'd definitely prefer the whole trade show being here like this. It's definitely. I think it feels more like a trade show. I think in the past, if the different rooms and that, it's very broken up and
to be fair, it was getting a bit cramped, wasn't it?
It was, So I think it's a really good decision to move it here. It's a great show on the calendar. We've got Salute and this are 2 of our iconic shows in the UK scene. So more the merrier as far as that goes, because we have a limited time now with our American shows, our European shows, and our abroad from that. We've got to spread our time carefully. So we as much as we can, we try and get to these key shows.
Of course, you've got the UK Guild War Championship on?
We have got the UK Guild War Championship. That's in. Jamie will tell me that one. So
I think it's in tomorrow.
We got an event here, like a small one. I think it's just a section event here. We've got the championship later in the year. We've got our own event, SteamCon, which is our convention at the end of the year. So in November time, we'll have Dark Souls there, we'll have Guild Ball there, and potentially a few other things there as well. So that'll be quite cool. We've got the championship circuit finals there. So at the moment in Canada's happened, US is happening at Gen Con. We've got the UK one later this year. So all these kind of events are going to kind of put together. The winners of them are flying over. We're going to pay all their flight and accommodation to come over here. And at the SteamCon at the end of the year, they're going to play a big tournament, see who the best Guild Ball player is in the world. So
fantastic
yeah,
stuff.
it's really cool.
Fantastic stuff. Well, as I say, going through Essential Strength, and I mean, many congratulations on the Kickstarter. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Thank you very much.
All the very best with the show, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I'm here with Air Voice Marshal Townshend.
Oh, I know that, yes. DSC, PR80, TSB, and bar.
Slightly different uniform from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Every year will be a different uniform.
Indeed.
We like dressing up at PSC.
Indeed. And yes, we have before us, well, what was it you said earlier? Come over to the stand, I've got something to show you.
Yes. Darling.
And here we are with Battle of Britain.
Yes, the old TSR classic from 1995. We all loved with little plastic planes then.
Yeah.
And this time it's going to be with even nicer plastic planes.
Oh, cool.
It's a Richard Borg,
Yeah.
and he's revamping it for us to make it a more streamlined experience, a better experience. It was a great game then, but it'll be a fantastic game now. Yeah.
Of course, I mean, board game design's moved on a little bit in 20 years.
Yes,
and,
yeah. I say it was a great game then. I loved it then. It just needs a bit of modernisation.
Yeah.
So he's you'll see that the core engine is there, but he's changing quite a lot of the game within that.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a new dogfighting rule, which the old game you had to split the flights into stacks, and you had to put that to that and that to that, and it was quite involved. The actual dogfighting aerial fighting, and I think that needed streamlining, and he's done that. He's done that very well. So I think that anyone who was a fan of the original is going to love this, and anyone who doesn't know the original is still going to love this. So, and it's Spitfires and Hurricanes. What's not to love?
Indeed. I mean, it has to be fair that looking at the display version, I think you might be overselling it just a little bit. It's like and most war gamers look at this and go, okay, I want this one. Thank you very much.
I know. I've realised, half an hour into the show that we're probably going to have to offer an oversized version anyway. So people are going,
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the other version we're looking at. I mean, what are these? 144 scale, aren't they?
Yes. They're. I was stalking eBay for a few weeks before, buying up all the old Corgi 1-to-114. And they're quite difficult to find actually. But yes, I tried to get it all in one scale.
Yeah.
And it actually, I'm very pleased. It fits perfectly.
It does. It works well, doesn't it?
And one of the things again with the new version, because the old version you could pile in, quite a few flights into one square.
Yeah.
It used to get very crowded, and that was a little bit annoying as a gamer, and planes fell off stands, and it was a little bit. Rich has now streamlined that, so you can only have one flight of each side in one box.
Right.
So my new 1-to-300 scale, with bombers in right scale, not just MU-109s, it will not get overcrowded on the board. It'll just look right. Yeah.
All right. So you're promising us that we're going to get 1-to-300 scale, lots of little plastic planes in 1-to-300 scale.
Yeah. The Kickstarter, it lends itself to a Kickstarter, because the core game will have Spitfires and Heinkels as the base. So you'll have 12 Spitfire models, 7 Heinkel models.
Right. Okay.
But we all want Dorniers and Junkers and Stukas and Hurricanes. I mean, that Hurricane, you've got to have a Hurricane.
Oh yeah.
They were the real unsung heroes. Anyway, so what we'll do, we'll have a stretch goal ladder.
Yeah.
We'll be adding each of these planes going up. So I'm hoping that everyone's going to go, oh, I love it, jump in. We'll really make this Kickstarter pop. We'll unlock all those stretch goals, and the retail version will have a mixture of planes. So you can have, today I'm going to fly a Junkers 88. Oh, no, I'm going to have a Hurricane on this one. I'm going to have a Bolt and Paul Defiant in this ride. So I'm hoping that we're going to cover every plane that fought in the Battle of Britain.
Cool.
And you'll also be able to buy them as a separate box set of planes for us tabletop gamers that just love miniatures and want to buy them as well.
Oh, superb. So yet again we're looking at a great board game, but also first miniatures gamers launching a miniatures range as well.
Yeah, sort of, yes. It's primarily board games.
Oh, yeah,
but,
primarily, yeah.
The idea is that, I want to build this PSC Games offshoot to Plastic Soldier Company.
Yeah, sure.
And do, fun, exciting war game strategy games, generally with nice plastic pieces. Not generally nice, I mean, most of the games are going to have plastic pieces. I don't want to preclude us doing any games that won't have plastic pieces.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but generally, nice, good-looking games with good-looking plastic pieces.
Brilliant. Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is a big thing which hadn't told a lot of people about. But you got looking at your catalogue for PSC Games, you got quite a bit of stuff going on.
Yeah. We're very busy.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff. Now we're going to educate you, Neil, on Quartermaster General.
Right.
That's the World War II card-driven strategy game that I absolutely loved. I played it last year at Games Expo and met the guy Ian Brody and loved it so much. Victor Kayam. I said, can you do some games for me, please, using the same engine? So he said, yeah, of course. So Ian has worked on, he's created a Quartermaster General World War I and a Quartermaster General Victory or Death, which is an ancient Greek Peloponnesian war that's just been on Kickstarter. And the World War I version 1914 will be going Kickstarter very soon as well. And so we're going to educate you, Neil, because they're great games. So we'll be rolling out the Quartermaster General franchise. We've got some good co-publishing deals with Worthington Publishing in the States. Hold the line. American War of Independence with nice plastic miniatures.
And French Indian War expansion.
And then we're going to do Frederick's War and Highland Charge and all the other 18th century stuff. And they like working with me so much, they want to remaster their very first game, which was Victoria Cross, Victoria Cross 2, which was Rorke's Drift and the Senawana. How pleased am I about that? That's two of my favourite films done in 12 months, Battle of Britain and Zulu. So we're reskinning Victoria Cross 2 as Zulu, using pretty much the same engine as Victoria Cross 2. But we're going to add a lot more scenarios, and we're going to have lots of lovely, pretty plastic pieces. So Rorke's Drift is Sandawana, here we come.
Oh, superb! Fantastic stuff.
And then if that, I'm sure it'll go well. If that rolls out, we're going to roll out a series of Victoria's battles. So there'll be Gordon the Cartoon. We'll do some Northwest Frontier, Khyber Pass. Sudan, Omdurman. We've got some plans there.
Cool. Cool. I also happen to notice there's another post up there. What's Arrowstorm?
Arrowstorm. Yes. My mate Dan Mersey.
Charging Knights, so what's not to like?
Oh, yeah. as drawn by Peter Dennis.
I know.
Exactly, perfect. Dan, you know Mr. Mersey, don't you? Yeah. He's big in the tabletop world, and he's also a very big board gamer person. He's always wanted to produce board games, and this is his first board game, and I love it. It's a light Commands and Colours style, hold the line style game, and he's got a very innovative system. You've got a tactics chart, and basically you have your little command gems, and you're placing them on the chart, and you're grabbing the commands that you want against the other person. Again, we'll show you later. But it's a fun hour-long game. There'll be some lovely plastic pieces to go with it. So that's very much in keeping with my plan for light, exciting, father and son, hour to 2 hours, easy to learn. Pick up on a Wednesday night with a mate or a handful of mates. Off you go. There's some more heavyweight stuff. We've got two Martin Wallace deals.
Oh, cool.
In the offing. I know you like Martin Wallace.
I'm a big Martin Wallace fan.
Where he's re-engineering Struggle for Empires.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which should be interesting. But the first cab off the rank with Martin is a new game he's designed called Lincoln.
Right.
American Civil War, and the engine for that is car-driven, and it's a grand strategy. You play the American Civil War in an hour, or maybe an hour and a half, and it is cracking. Any more I can say. I love it, and again, what we're hoping that'll be people will enjoy that, and then we'll use that engine to roll out other games within that sort of genre. But more on Lincoln later in the year. But to me that's a very exciting game as well.
Cool. Okay, so back to Battle of Britain.
Yes.
You're saying it's coming soon.
Coming soon, yes.
When are you looking to launch it?
Leading question, Your Honour. Richard's nearly finished playtesting all the changes. It is virtually a new game within the old game, if you know what I mean. It's not just a half-hearted, let's just tinker with a couple of things. It's quite a fundamental change of game. He's nearly finished that. We've actually designed our first few planes anyway, so that's already. The graphic design, as you can see, is well underway.
Yes.
We're hoping to launch the Kickstarter 3 to 4 weeks' time, so
cool.
So end of June, beginning of July.
It's a shame you couldn't just like leave it an extra couple of weeks, just to so it coincides really, really well.
Good point. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Right now, there might be a slight change of plan then. Sometime in the next too late. I'm sure we can find a date in July that will be of some sort of significance.
So right, okay. So coming to Kickstarter soon. So does this mean that PSC Games are just getting distracted with all this board game goodness?
No. The core business is still producing plastic kits. Primarily, World War II plastic kits, 15mm, 1/72 for the tabletop market. That's our core business. We've been doing that for 7 years, and that's not going away. And there's still plenty of those coming out. And as you know, Neil, there's one or two little interesting things we're going to try on the plastic front to maintain the flow of good quality kits, and really trying to maintain that, get as much into a box as possible onto a sprue. So there's plenty of goodness coming out. As well as Battle Group, the rule set. We've got a new edition of the rules.
Oh, cool.
Which you're probably the first to hear this. Which we're aiming to get that out in the autumn. And even better, which something that I've been pestering Warwick, even though he's my partner on this, but he can be a stubborn bugger, bless him, is that, and Piers and I have both been onto him, we really wanted to have data cards. So they're on the table for each vehicle. At a quick glance, your data card is there. So Warwick has produced those, has created those, and we're getting those printed very soon. And they'll be out probably in July, which will be the first of revamping.
Because that is the one thing. It can be quite book heavy in looking through vehicle stats, especially considering it gets to a point of, hang on a second, which book's that in?
Exactly. I'd rather be spending time throwing the dice and moving tanks around the board than flicking through hundreds of pages to try and find. So that was always a slight bugbear from the start. So that's been addressed. So yes, as a rule system, we're really beginning to gain some more momentum, which is great to see. So we've got Desert next year. Can't wait. So we've got a new rules edition this autumn. And maybe another small little campaign PDF to go with that in the autumn. We've got the data cards coming out very soon, and Desert next year, next April.
So lots of lovely kits to deal with, lots of old tanks to deal with. Super. Good stuff. Well, this looks great. My fingers are itching to have a go with some of this stuff.
Good, excellent. Yes.
So can I pre-order one of the big versions of Battle of Britain, please?
You can have the first one, signed by me and Mr. Borg.
Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you, Neil. Thanks, mate.
So I'm with Rob from Mierce Miniatures. Rob, can you tell us all about Darklands and these wonderful figures that you got before you?
No problem. Darklands is basically a skirmish war game set in 650 AD in our world. It's basically Dark Ages fantasy. And as you can see from this map I have in front of me, we have the northwest of Europe. So we have all the different kingdoms that you all know. You have the Irish, Eriu, you have the Welsh, you have the English, you have the Cornish and Bretons, you have the ancient Greeks in Atlantis, you have the Picts of North Scotland, you have the Norse, the Danes, and of course you've got the Franks, and down at the bottom of France you have the Byzanti, which are the Byzantines, the ancient Romans. And put very simply, it's what if all our myths and legends were true? So for example, the Welsh are all about dragons. So what they have is that they are able to field dragons in their forces, as well as dragon men, and of course humans. Darklands is basically humans and beast together fighting each other effectively. So you go through all the different kindreds of Darklands, and it's very simple. The Norse are all about trolls and Jotun and ravens, and obviously Viking raids across the seas. The English are shape changers. They're boar, bear, wolf, along with humans, of course. The Picts are all about giants and ogres and standing stones and all that kind of thing. The Jutes are the undead kindred, simply because of the Isle of Wight, which, funnily enough, contains wights. Yes. So you have lots of undead things, as well as giant spiders and beetles and that kind of thing, as well as humans, as always. The Irish are all about the life, Danu, the earth goddess. Yeah. So you have tree men, you have bog beasts, peat beasts, that kind of thing. Yeah. And humans. Their enemies are the Fomorians, the Fomorak, which are basically sea devils. The one that we concentrate on is Balor, who is all about ice. He basically freezes the seas, and upon this ice, it encroaches upon the rest of the world. And it's all about the fight against them. They have beasts, beast men, all the hairy sort of woolly mammoths, woolly rhinos, that kind of thing from the Ice Age. Right, okay. So Ice Age beasts, effectively. The Cornish and the Bretons, which we call the Esians, after the ancient city of Is, there are evil Britons. They have drones and lots of different constructions. They do a lot of things with different bits of flesh. They have flesh smiths, so they make their own monsters. They grow them. They're a bit crazy, a bit mental.
So they golems sort of thing. That
kind of thing. You go further south into France, and the Byzantines come into play, and they are evil Romans. Effectively, they are the Byzantines who reconquered the West in 650, around that time, and they are allied with the devil, demons, the Infernus. So they have big demons, and there's also half Romans, half demons, that kind of thing. Yeah. And then over in the North Atlantic, you have Atlantis, which is populated by the ancient Greeks, and they are all about bronze colossi and all that kind of constructs and all that kind of thing. And they're at the south of those, you've got the Chthonies, which are all the reptiles that they created to be their slaves. Right. And they've revolted and become their own kindred, and they fight against the Atalantes and all humans. And don't not forget that you've got all the seas in between the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. That's where all the raids occur. So you get lots and lots of raiding parties and all that kind of thing. And it's basically all these kindreds fighting to make their own space in the world, and becoming predominant, I guess. The game itself, it's a skirmish war game. Yeah. You're talking 60 to 70 miniatures a side. Right. You could probably go higher than that if you wish. You can go all human if you wish. But it's all, you get basically a good mix of humans, monsters, big monsters, monstrous infantry, and various other things, cavalry, archers, scouts, all that kind of thing. The game basically works on a sort of skirmish viewpoint. It's a I go, you go sort of game, but you only move one unit at a time. So you might move a unit, then your opponent moves a unit. So you're always 10 minutes does not go by without the other person having a go.
Okay, so it's alternate unit activation.
Effectively, basically. And then obviously you've got all the usual sort of wargaming things, where movement, shooting, magic, and obviously combat. And there's lots and lots of different ways of being in combat. Your big monsters, they can smash through battle lines, they can stomp. They can trample, they can slam other monsters, they can do all sorts of things as well. So it's not, I would not say in any way that it's a very, you form a battle line and you move forward. You can do that, but often some kindreds have to do that because that's their only sort of the way that they can fight. But many others, for example the Anglekin, which are the English, they're all about scouting wolves, so they hide in forests and they spring out when you don't want them to, and then they come, they basically get you from behind, if you like. Cavalry can be used to flank properly rather than just turn up on the battlefield and charge forward, so you also get lots of flanking cavalry. All the flyers, of which the Norse are a good exponent. They have a lot of ravens and raven men and raven giants. They can start the battlefield when they're flying, so they can come down on your rear. So it's very much it's a 360-degree battlefield. Right, okay. You very much have to watch what your rear is doing as well as your front. So it's a very technical war game, but it's also extremely enjoyable.
Cool. Okay, so now as far we've got a huge array of minis in front of us. So mix of metals and resins.
That's right. Yeah, the bigger stuff we do in resin because obviously it's a lot cheaper, and it's also a bit easier on the picking them up and moving them around. But the smaller miniatures we do in metal simply because we find it's easier to game with in terms of because smaller resin pieces are obviously a little bit more fragile than metal. So metal is a lot easier to use when you're gaming with it. You can still get the resin versions of the metals if you want to paint them or whatever. but the quality is very high. So.
You're right, yeah, they look stunning. So looking at its Chimera, it's like, it's
Thank you.
gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
So, price points, as far as the rulebook is concerned?
The rulebook is £40. There's 364 pages. It's all full colour. You can buy that with a starter host here, and you get a bit of a discount on the book and the starter host.
Yeah.
So the starter host is £80, the book is £40. Inside the starter host is worth about £120 worth of miniatures.
Okay.
So buying both together will save you around £60 because we'll sell them together at £100.
Right, okay.
So
Now,
it's good
as far as starter hosts are concerned, is that enough to get you going as far as armies?
Absolutely. Inside each starter host is around 500 to 700 gold, which is what we call points of troops. So that will give you a game. If your opponent's got the same amount of about the same size host, you'll get about an hour's worth of gaming out of that. So it's a good start. And if you buy another starter host, let's say, and maybe a monster, that'll bring you up to about 2,000 gold, which is about the prominent, which is about right. That's 2 to 3 hours of solid gaming, and you'll enjoy that one.
Brilliant. And as I say, it sounds like there's loads of different factions, loads of different options.
There's lots and lots of. I mean, there's 11 kindreds that we do at the moment.
Yeah.
Inside each kindred is also different realms. So, for example, within the Anglican, there are, if you look on the map here, within the Anglican you've got Mercia, you've also got the Overa, which is the East Anglians, you've got the Northumbrians, you've got the Bayonica and the Dira. That's all about bears and deers, and that's their actual original name. That part of England was actually called Benicia and Dira, and they're basically bears and deers. The East Anglians are all about boars, so they're all realms within the Anglican. So you could basically use any of those within that Anglican army. You don't have to restrict yourself to one realm. And you can also, there's lots of allies as well. So, for example, the Anglican could ally with the Jutes or the Welsh, because that's what they did back then. Yeah. The Welsh could ally with the Alban, the Irish could ally with the Alban, etc., etc. So you get lots of ally potential as well. So you're not just restricted to one kindred if you don't want to be.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you very much for
chatting to us. You're welcome.
Wish you well with the show.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers,
with Chris from Modiphius Entertainment. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
How's it going?
All right. My voice is going already.
Hang on, it's only Friday afternoon.
I know.
You've got 2 days left.
Probably didn't help that I slept with the cold air conditioning on last night. So, yeah.
So, UK Games Expo, what do you think of the venue and everything?
Great, yeah, I mean, it's just big space, so there's a lot more room between the stands and loads more gaming space. So
yeah, and a lot cooler.
Yes, yeah, there is that. Yeah,
yeah. Well, obviously you're here with your stand gets bigger and bigger every year.
Yeah, there's a lot of books. I didn't realise how many books we had until we actually tried to set it up, and we were like, oh my gosh, we haven't got enough room.
This is it. I mean, especially as somebody who's gone for the PDFs, coming and look see all the books and kind of thinking, oh right, yeah, there wouldn't be enough room on my shelves if I had them physically.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you should see our shelves in the office. It gets a bit silly. Yeah.
So obviously here with lots of new stuff on the horizon. One thing I particularly wanted to catch up with you about, because obviously FX Battles was launched at Salute, and that's the last thing we spoke to you.
Yeah.
And then almost like a couple of weeks later, you turned around and said, "Oh, we're doing the Outtro and Cthulhu miniatures game."
That's right. Yes. Yeah. Not one, but 2 games. I mean, FX is obviously it's either a war game masquerading as a board game or a board game masquerading as a war game. It's that really fun introductory. It's everything in the box you need. Whereas Outtro and Cthulhu Skirmish is more proper war game, collect the miniatures line.
Yeah.
And that's been growing as well. We've got this whole table full of miniatures now, which is really showing off a lot, which is brilliant. It's growing.
Superb set of miniatures. Yeah. Okay, so can you tell us a bit more about the miniatures game and what it entails?
Well, it uses Dystopian Legions rule set, which is by Spartan Games.
Yeah.
So I really like the system. I know the guys there. So we did a deal to use the same system. Obviously, it means you can bring out a game quicker. The core's solidly play tested.
Yeah.
And it's obviously set in our Acton Cthulhu Secret War universe.
Right.
So the idea is you are military units fighting normal German military units, but also the Mythos, their allies, Migo expeditions, Chthonians. You've got the Black Sun, which is like the Nazi sorcerers, which they've got Black Sun troopers with STG-43 rifles, which are the precursors to the official STG-44 assault rifles that people know. But these are the ones that were made earlier by the Black Sun. And they've also got a lot of super weaponry. Like you've got Nacht Wolf, who are like the Nazi super scientists. So they've got a lot of very strange technology powered by ancient Atlantean secrets.
Oh, cool.
You've got a lot of Mythos allies. So you've got like Deep Ones, you've got Cthulhu cultists. So there's various groups that might end up on either side as well to help them. The allies have got some special forces like Badger's Commandos, who are a special unit of commandos under Section M, which is our special anti-Cthulhu, anti-Mythos unit. And Badger's Commandos have these Victorian-age steam guns that fire high-pressure caustic acids.
Oh, right, cool,
which are particularly good against anything that's slick, moist, or lives in the shell, which most things that come from the Mythos tend to be.
Yeah.
And they've got their normal Sten guns. And then you've got the North American Indian Pathfinders, who are basically Pathfinder soldiers, but they're all North American Indians.
Right.
And they are part of this, they're called Demon Hunters. And every, in our storyline, every tribe sends their most gifted warrior to the Tinglet, who are an Alaskan tribe, who actually, in reality, they're the only North American tribes that use swords.
Right.
And they're swords that clearly show a Roman influence.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
So we took that idea and thought, well, maybe they forge swords out of, star iron or something kind of quite unusual that allows them to kill Mythos creatures more easily.
Right.
So all these demon hunters go off and come back with these paired short swords that they fight with, which is really incredible. And of course they have this very cool kind of martial arts melee combat skills. So the pictures look really amazing of them fighting. So that's the other force that are under Majestic, who are like the American special forces.
Yeah.
And so you've got all these little factions that we're building up, and we don't make the normal soldiers, so we recommend using like Warlord or Artisan or any of the other really good like 28mm World War II standard soldiers.
And all your stuff fits in with that, okay?
Yeah, same scale. Yeah, 28mm.
Yeah.
So it all goes nicely.
So that's launching end of July, is it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So
we've done a Commander's set, which is like £20. But it's basically like the Commander set for Dystopian Legion. So you've got your rule book, you've got all the counters you need, and brain's going, and a sort of set of reference sheets. And then there's also a big bundle that we're doing, which is Rise of the Black Sun. So we're bundling this big starter bundle together. So you also get a campaign booklet as well. And then a really good deal. It's like £80 gets you like, I think it's like £170 worth of miniatures and game.
And that's available until launch?
Yeah, and that's on our web store. So
yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, look forward to it. We'll have to get you on the show again now to have a more in-depth chat about it all.
Yeah,
and of course, obviously, that quite still fits in with all the Acton Cthulhu universe and everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've got more of that coming. There's a board game coming in the new year, which is very aptly about monsters. So it's kind of Axis and Allies meets Defenders of the Realm style game.
Okay,
So it's co-op war game, which I don't think has been done before. So it's a co-op war game meets Cthulhu, basically.
Oh, cool.
So lots of little plastic tanks and monsters.
Sounds brilliant. As always, Chris. Well, thanks for chatting to us, and I hope you have a good show.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you.
It's time to go into the rules. It's the Meeples and Miniatures in-depth review. We go deep. Really deep. No, I mean really, really deep. We'll do something we haven't done for a little bit, and that we'll do proper game review. We've got a few of these to do, but
This one kind of cropped up because, as it turns out, we played it last week, and then in the meantime, Mr. Jones has played it, and I wrote a review on it, which I published earlier in the week on the blog. And, yes, because I couldn't keep silent until the podcast. So we're going to talk about, and an awful lot of people, funnily enough, are actually talking about this at the moment, because obviously it's just come out. A new game produced by Battlefront and Gale Force 9. It's actually published by Gale Force 9, but it's in conjunction with Battlefront. The game is called Tanks. Okay, the actual set we're looking at is the Panther vs. Sherman starter set. Okay, and so that's what we're going to have a look at. We got to play this last week, as I said. Mr. Jones, even as we began recording the show, you were assembling the expansions, were you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Well, only some of them, because I did some last night.
Some. So hang on a second. So do I take it that you bought a lot of this then?
No, not a lot. I bought the expansions.
Oh,
in the game.
Oh, all the expansions that are currently available. So like all the German and all the American stuff.
Yeah.
Because the Russian and British stuff isn't out till next month, I don't think. To explain, Tanks is funny enough, a tank combat game. It's described as hang on, let me read this off the box. The World War II tank skirmish game. Okay, that's how it is described on the box. 2 players, 30 minutes. Okay. Now, box itself and its contents, actually pretty impressive. You get a 24-page rulebook. You get 3 sheets of thick double-sided printed card, which includes push-out tokens for like bad damage, speed tokens. You got a whole load of double-sided scenery, which apparently, I'm told, is very similar to the stuff that it comes in the Open Fire box set from Battlefront. Very, very similar to that.
It certainly looks it. I saw it at the club on Monday, and it was very like the stuff I got in my 2 Open Fire sets.
Yeah. So, but anyway, upshot is though, I mean, really, actually, yeah, it's decent quality stuff. By the way, Dave, I twigged why the trees are different colours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because they're double-sided, and you got 2 trees. You got like one that's kind of vaguely round, and another one is like kidney-shaped, and they have different colour trees on each side. And it wasn't until I was looking at the buildings that I suddenly realised what they've done. Is that because you got these 4 buildings, and then you got these 2 groups of trees, and they're different colours. But the buildings on one side are Eastern Front, and on the other side are Western Front. It's because they're Russian buildings on one side, and they're like French European buildings on the other. And I think that's what they've effectively done with the trees as well. So one can only assume that you get blue trees in Russia because they're cold. Not a titter, nothing at all. Oh, never mind.
I think they were carnivorous. I think.
Yes, and I mean they're top-down pixel like the K&R trees and stuff. But yeah, they say really nice quality, and you get a couple of movement templates in that, more of which later. And what have you. Right, then you get a whole bunch of card stock. Now these are the playing cards for the game. The 3 things. You've got tank ID cards. You've got upgrade cards, and then you've got critical hit cards. Now these are split out in a very similar way to other games of a similar sort of style. Things like if you think along the lines of something like X-Wing or Star Trek Attack Wing, whatever it is. Similar sort of idea, similar sort of mechanics in several. Yes, it's the same. It's a similar sort of mechanic idea. So you've got your tank, and then you've got upgrade cards you can add to it, what have you. The great thing about these is that they're all laminated. So all the cards, and there were 26 tank cards, and there's, I think it's a deck of 50 odd of the cards. It's all laminated. So really good quality stuff. Okay, I was really impressed. Of course, the other thing that impressed me on this was the fact, I must say, when you got the game, and of course they're advertising the fact that you get all these expansions. But I'm thinking, it's a 15 mil tank game, you know. How many people out there have got 15 mil World War II tanks? You know, and so yeah, quite, and so I'm thinking, here we go. You know, it says Panthers versus Shermans, so you're going to get the stat card for the Panther and the stat card for the Sherman, and then that'll be it. And then, if you want the stat card for anything else, you've got to go and buy the expansion, much as you do.
Which was, if you remember, when we mentioned this in passing in a hobby news segment, what we expected.
Indeed, because that's the way things like X-Wing works, for example. Okay. So,
and I think which is the point at which we say, wrong!
I was most pleasantly surprised to discover that all the Wave 1 tanks that they have announced, so that's 6 American, 4 British, 4 German, and 8 Russian tanks in total, all their cards are in the starter box. So
I'm kind of guessing that the upgrades will have different upgrade cards.
That is fully what I expect. That is fully what I expect. Yes.
Yeah, expansions. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I think you don't. I mean, they're not that. I think you get one upgrade and one hero, and the other cards are duplicates of some of the cards that are already in there.
Oh, in the expansion decks. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a bit disappointing. But
that's actually quite good because it means that you can just use existing models if you got them.
Well, yes.
But if you want to get those extra couple of cards, you can go and buy an expansion.
Yes.
So if you
which are ridiculously priced, but I think I imagine when they start doing comps, which is what it's aimed at, I would imagine. Yeah. It'll be the same as X-Wing, where you need, even if you've got multiples of the upgrades, you need the cards.
Yeah.
And if you just play down at the club, it doesn't matter. You can just make a platoon list out with whatever you want on. But if you're going to start playing comps, you're going to need the actual cards. So the expansions, I think, will give you it'll give you the duplicates of the most wanted cards as well. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, am I guessing that where you put your forces together is you have your tank, which obviously has a price, and then you can buy upgrades.
Yeah, they've got slots on the tank cards for crew. So at the moment, it looks like they're all like 4 crew that you can put in there, and then you can put as many upgrades as you want on, but you can only have one of each time.
Yeah.
So you can only have one ammo upgrade and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. You can only so for example, you can only upgrade your driver once. You can only upgrade your gunner once, and stuff like that, or your commander once. So that's the way. But as I say, I was very pleasantly surprised to discover that all 26 of the Wave 1 tanks are in the starter box, which is what I wasn't expecting at all. Okay. So you got all that, and then you get 3 plastic tank kits. So you get 2 Shermans. Now, I'm assuming these are the same sprues as you get, as they do otherwise. But it does allow you to build either a Sherman 75 or a Sherman 76. Okay. And potentially, I think actually on this one, it actually means you can physically build 2 different turrets completely. So you can actually swap the turrets between the two if you really wanted to. You could have like a separate 75 and a separate 76 turret, and then just swap between the two if you wanted to.
Yeah, because then when you put together your 100-point force, sometimes you want to take 5 75s.
Yeah.
And go for the numbers, and other times you want to have 176 and
Yeah.
375 or whatever.
Yeah. But it does mean that, that on the American side, they're a bit interchangeable. Now the Germans is not quite as interchangeable, but this is where I got surprised because it says, "Oh, Panther, great, okay." So I was expecting to get a Panther kit. What I wasn't expecting is that on the same sprue as the Panther, you also get a Jagdpanther. So you can build your Panther.
My favourite.
Yeah, so you can build your Panther either as a Panther or as a Jagdpanther. I thought, ooh, nice. Like that.
Do you want a 75 you can turn, or do you just want an 88?
Indeed. Indeed.
And I'm kind of guessing.
I think they're just reusing the sprues, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they are.
I'm kind of guessing that with a bit of fiddling, you can just change the hull over on that Panther, can you?
It would take a lot of fiddling because there are several parts that are used.
The back.
The back. The main chassis, the back tracks, there's only one of them. But yes, potentially you could, if with a bit of fiddling.
Probably involves some evil work with magnets.
Indeed. Components wise, actually, top lot, and especially considering, when you consider that in that box is 18 quid. I thought,
it's not bad, sir.
That's not bad at all. Because the card components alone, aren't cheap, and the fact that you get all this laminated card, and you get 3 plastic tanks and everything, all in 18 quid. I thought, that is really decent. I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, when you consider that a PSC box is 5 tanks.
Yeah.
And you're basically paying the same price you are for a PSC box. Lose 2 of the tanks, an awful lot of nice card components, full set of the rules, full set of tank cards.
Yeah. Mm. So I was impressed with that.
So, take us through the mechanics then, Neil. Or Dave, or Rich.
Right. Okay. So, we've already discussed how you put your force together. So a tank has 4 stats. Okay? Those stats...
Would it be initiative, attack?
Well, you got initiative, initiative, firepower,
defense, and damage.
Defense and damage, yeah.
And damage, yes. And each of those, 4 stats. Initiative, funnily enough, decides when you move, and also when you
shoot.
And when you shoot. Attack is how many dice you roll in attack. Defense is how many dice you roll in defense, and damage is basically, effectively how many, for want of a better phrase, how many hit points your tank has. How many damage points your tanks can suffer.
It is basically X-Wing initiative. So lower initiative things move first until you get to the high initiative ones, and then you go back down firing.
Yeah. Okay, so
it's not you go. It's not I go, you go. It's sort of initiative.
Yeah, everything's in initiative order. So, yeah. So, and then what tends to happen is that, again, from each tank is worth a certain number of points. So, for example, a Sherman 75 is worth 20. Sherman 76 is 25. Super Pershing, 46. A German's Panther is 32. Jagdpanther is 35. Okay. To give you some idea of the initiative value, this is from the Passata box, to give you some idea of the initiative values, Sherman's right across the board have initiative value of 6. Panther has an initiative value of 7. The Sherman 75s have a firepower of 4, an armour of 1, and for some strange reason 6 damage points. We'll come back to that. A Panther has firepower of 5, armour of 2, and 6 damage points. And the Jagdpanther has firepower of 6, armour of 2, and 6 damage points. And they also have some special rules as well. Okay, so that's basically the stats for the main game. So they're the cards. Okay, then and then obviously if you're playing with upgrades, you buy the upgrade cards and this, that, and the other. So, right. So, as you explained, you move in initiative order ascending, and then you fire in initiative order descending. The game is played on funnily enough, a 3x3 table. Where have we seen that before? With arranged scenery. In this particular instance, funny enough, there were 6 pieces of scenery. Where have I seen that before?
6 asteroids.
Indeed. So you have so in the base game you have 4 houses and 2 sets of woods. Okay, so interestingly, the houses class as blocking line of sight and are impassable terrain. The woods block line of sight if you're behind them. However, you can move through them without any movement penalty at all. And if you're in a wood, you can see somebody in a wood, but they just give cover. So you move, shooting. Basically, if you can see it, you can shoot it, which is quite refreshing. None of this. Hang on a second. Are you within 2 foot range or what have you? If you can see it, you can shoot it. And so you move, and when you move, you don't record what speed you're moving. Normally, things can move up to twice. Although if tanks are fast, they can move up to 3 times. And
that's 3 times the measuring. Yeah, the measuring.
Yes. You move using a measuring template, which is basically a straight arrow that is it's about 1/2 inch wide and it's 4.5 inches long, something like that. So movement, you can put that arrow touching your tank. You can move in any direction, and as long as your tank ends its turn lined up on one of its flat surfaces against the flat surface of the arrow, you can move and turn in any direction. What I mean by that is that it can face forwards. Basically, you've got what they call the tail of the arrow. You've got the head and then you've got the tail behind it. Stop me if I'm not describing this very well. So you've got the tail, which is like 4 inches long. When you move your tank has to line up against that tail. But it doesn't say what flat edge of the tank has to line up. So it can be one side, it can be the other side, it can be the front, or the back has to be against the tail of the arrow. Yeah?
So when you start moving, does the back of the arrow have to be at the front of the tank?
No.
No.
It can be anywhere you like.
You can place the back of the arrow anywhere you like, touching your tank. Then you can put your tank anywhere you like along the arrow, so long as it's I can't remember what they call it. But basically, as long as it's flat-sided, either front, rear, or side.
So fairly free movement, then one would say.
That's one way of describing it. Fairly free movement. That is one way of describing it. Yes. So it is quite possible to move forwards, backwards, or sideways at exactly the same speed.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and you can move twice or 3 times if you're fast. But there is no stipulation on the fact that if you're not moving forwards, you could, there are no movement restrictions. Other than the fact that the only movement restriction is you cannot finish your turn over impassable terrain. Impassable terrain is classed as a building or another tank. So the most interesting thing with that is the fact of that the movement stipulation, the way movement stipulation works, you're not allowed to ram. Because ramming is actually an illegal move. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So, that's basically movement. You can move however you like.
Can you move through buildings? So, say you're on one side of the building, could you put your arrow straight through the middle of the building and put your tank on the other side?
You can, but you can't fit it straight across.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So, you can, but we found that because we thought, you shouldn't even be able to put your arrow on it, like you can't, your movement template in X-Wing. Mm. But when you actually measure it out, it's very hard to do anything but just cut the corner. And if you're doing that then it's sort of, you can see how you would have done it. So.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
So it's not that you haven't moved through the building. It's just that,
it's all gone down there.
Yeah.
However, think about crossing a wall. If you did it where rather than have a building, you just had a wall. Yes, you could do it from one side. Yes, there is nothing in the rules that says that you cannot cross a linear obstacle just simply by going, okay, I'll just put the movement template right across the wall, and as long as you clear the wall with your model, you can move from one side to the other.
Yeah, but tanks should be able to go across walls or through them.
Well, technically, anyway, there aren't any walls in there.
Yeah.
Well, they aren't a scenery item.
Well, not at the moment.
In the game, yes. Yeah, so.
They're not stipulated in the game. The only things that are stipulated in the game as scenery are woods and buildings.
Okay. So that's the movement.
That's movement.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, firing. Firing, dead simple. As you mentioned, your guns have firepower. Okay. So, like for example, if you have a Panther, okay, that's a firepower or attack of 5. So you're rolling 5d6. Okay. You're rolling 5d6, and you roll the dice. On a 4 or 5, you hit. On a 6, you score a critical hit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All is right. Okay, so your opponent then rolls his defense dice. The defense dice are based on 4 factors. You've got your armor, which is the armor value of the tank. You've got the speed that you moved in that turn. So, for example, if you moved 2, you would get 2 extra dice for the speed that you moved. You also add the speed of the attacker. So, if the attacker moved 2 as well, that would give you an extra 2 dice. And then you either add or remove defense dice, depending on whether you're in cover or whether you're being attacked from the side. Okay? In a situation, let's say, for example, you've got a Panther firing at a Sherman in a wood, and they both move 2. Okay? The Panther is rolling 5 dice in attack. The Sherman is rolling 1 dice for its armor, 2 dice because it moved 2, 2 dice because the Panther moved 2, and then 1 dice because the Sherman's in a wood. Okay, so the Sherman's actually rolling 6 defense dice. To defend, if you roll a 4 or a 5, the attacker can choose which dice that cancels. Okay, so you get to choose whether that cancels a normal attack or a normal hit or a critical hit. If you roll a 6, you get to choose, as the defender, you get to choose whether you cancel a normal hit or a critical hit. Does that make sense?
Mechanically, yes, but I have questions.
Yes. Okay.
Why would you not do the
because the critical cards, a lot of them are damage to your tank that you repair at the end of the go, and there's 0 damage. There are some 2 and 3 damage cards in there, but there are a lot of critical cards that are 0 damage. So if you've only got 1 point left, you would actually want to make it so you got hit by a crit.
Now there are critical cards that just do critical damage. But yeah, there are a lot of cards that do things like, like stunned crew, for example. It's a classic one, which means that you lose your actions, and then, but at the end of the turn, you can return.
But they don't have damage.
Yes.
So a lot of the time, and also if you're firing, you might actually want to not cancel one of your normal hits and get rid of a critical hit, because if the person you're firing at's only got 2 hull points left or 1 hull point left, if you've done 2 criticals, you might not actually destroy it. Because those critical cards might be a 0 and a 0. So you're actually better off just getting rid of the crits and keeping normal hits, because a normal hit will do 1 damage.
I see.
A crit doesn't necessarily do any damage.
Yeah. Right.
So it is quite sort of, there's a bit of, whatever you want to call it in there.
Okay.
Thought.
Yeah.
Because originally we just thought, well, why would you ever not want to save a crit, or why would you ever not want to get rid of a crit? Yeah, cause a crit. But as we played the game, so, occasionally it comes up that you don't actually want to do a crit, you want to just do the 1 damage.
Right. Now, included on the firing are 2 extra rules. One is for hitting somebody in the flank, it's a rule called a side shot, and the other covers assault guns, because obviously several of the tanks in the game are actually assault guns. Okay. There are no restrictions in the game on what distance you can turn your turret. Okay, so if you have a tank that has a turret, it has a 360-degree arc of fire. Right. In order to get a side shot, I hit your opponent in the side. The front of your tank has to be behind the front of your opponent's tank. Basically, imagine it this way. If you've got the front of a tank and you draw a line right across the front of it, okay, which extends off in both directions. Yeah? So so the line is parallel with the front of the tank, extending off in both directions, left and right. Okay? In order to get a side shot, your opponent has to be across that line, even partially. It only has to be partially, but he has to have at least part of his vehicle across that line. At that point, you get a side shot. Okay, because you're
part of his vehicle or part of his front. You said front earlier.
Part of the front of the vehicle.
It has to be at least part of the front of the vehicle.
I think it's part of the vehicle. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in the example they show that they show the front of the vehicle, but actually I think it's part of the vehicle has to be across that line. As long as part of the vehicle is across that line, you get to hit it in the side. Okay. However, tanks do not have rear facings, so you don't ever get even if you hit a tank in the rear, it's classed as a side shot.
Well, I know you strongly disagree with that, but I just like it's what I think the way that the whole shooting is abstracted anyway, then all the factors that you could put into reasons why, you can explain anyway.
Well, okay, as I say,
unless it comes to a Tiger, which has basically got the same armour all the way around the bottom and the rear, right. Then most tanks are weaker on the rear and the sides.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
but they're a hard. If you were behind, it's a hard shot because you haven't got as much to aim at. So if you abstract it all down, then for a game mechanic, I don't think there's anything wrong with just having an easier shot. They shouldn't call it a side shot. It should be an easier shot.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute. But as I say, but that side shot basically means you have one less defense dice. Okay, if your opponent has a side shot on you. Now, the other thing is assault guns. Now, as you imagine, assault guns, the whole reason they built assault guns was the fact of, they're a lot cheaper to produce, because you haven't got all the messing around with the turret. Okay. Now, as far as an assault gun is concerned, it cannot fire behind itself. Okay? So an assault gun cannot engage any target that is behind it. However, it can engage any target that is in front of it. So that's any target that is in front of the vehicle. You don't have to be directly in front of the vehicle. It just has to be in front of you.
Is that in front of the same line that... Basically, it's any target...
180-degree line.
Yes.
Any target that would hit it in the front if it fired at it.
Yes. Correct.
And looking at the example, you've got to be fully in the front arc, or in the frontal zone, shall we say.
Or if any part of your vehicle is not in that front arc, you have to be directly in front of the tank in order to hit it.
Okay.
So that's the assault gun rule. Okay. So that basically covers firing. Okay. That's all that's all that's in it. So you have a movement phase, you have a shooting phase, and then you have what they call a command phase. And then what the command phase does, you basically sort out damage, whether any tanks are destroyed, whether you've completed your victory points, and then you can do damage repair. And then, and actually, if you're German, you got a special move if you're German called Blitzkrieg, which actually means that if you don't repair, you can actually move, which is quite useful for Germans. It means that German tanks are hugely manoeuvrable because they're really fast.
Or you take a stationary shot and you still get to move here.
Yes. So that's the
because stationary shots let you re-roll your dice.
Yes, that was one thing we missed. Yeah, yes. If you don't move, you don't get the armor for. You don't get the armor for moving.
You don't get the defense for you moving, but they don't get the defense for you moving, and you can re-roll your dice.
Yes, which
is sort of pointing towards stationary fire, which is
But the thing with re-rolling your dice is that you have to re-roll all your dice. All of them. So it's an all or nothing job. There is actually a special rule which only allows you to roll some. I think a couple of the tank commanders mean that you can only
some of the tank commanders and some of the Russian tanks, I think, have indirect fire.
Yeah, but usually it means that if you re-roll, you have to re-roll everything, and that's basically the game.
It's very abstracted, isn't it?
There's one person who's played this game that has remained very, very quiet so far. Basically, because he's probably sitting there kind of going, "Are you going to let me get a word in on this, or what?" So, Mr. Luff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we want to get your thoughts on this as well. So basically, okay, so we've got 3 people who played the game. I have my reservations. Mr. Luff has his own certain reservations. I'll say I have no idea what Mr. Jones thinks of it. And obviously we've got 2 people who haven't played the game who've probably got lots of questions.
I'm kind of guessing, right, that Neil and Dave are approaching this as wargamers, and probably in the same way that I would approach it, in that it's a very abstracted down game that really doesn't appeal. Whereas I think Richard will approach this as it's a game, which allows him to play around with different statistics, playing on different upgrade cards, and I'm guessing that Richard, you'll approach this just as a game that just happens to have tanks in it.
Yeah, I mean, if you approach it for wanting any kind of semblance of realism, then don't do it, because you're not going to get it. I mean, everything's so abstracted that if you approach it from a realistic point of view, then you're going to hate it, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's not. But then my argument is it's not supposed to be. Just like X-Wing is not a realistic space fighter game, or Formula D is not a realistic, Formula One race car game, but they're still enjoyable.
The thing that I find,
I think the problem is that as soon as we get into World War II, then World War II gamers have got this sort of sense of what it should be like. So therefore, it's not going to appeal, and I don't think it should appeal to people that want that.
Yeah.
But to anybody coming in that I've seen from an X-Wing point of view down at the club, or just like the idea of World War II, but can't be asked to to get into chain of command or whatever other good set of rules there are, or want to be able to play half an hour on a 3x3 table, but if they've seen Fury and they want to go out and do a bit of tank battles, then it'll be a good game. But the word is a game.
Yeah.
Now, because the comment is, you say about okay, no one expects realism from X-Wing. Okay, so in the same as X-Wing is a starfighter game, so no one should expect realism from tanks. Okay, but okay, I have two arguments here. So, okay, so as far as abstract game is concerned, I think X-Wing as a starfighter game does a darn sight better job of being a starfighter game than Tanks does as being an abstract tank battle game. But the other question is, and my thought processes is that why should we not expect more realism from this game? As you say, because
it's a tank game.
But but the whole thing with X-Wing is that it's science fiction. Now I know the whole thing with the way they put the whole footage together in the movie was it was all based on World War II camera footage and various other bits and pieces, but it's a science fiction game. Tanks is based in fact, and one of my...
Okay, well, so take it out of it and do Wings of War then.
Okay, so, yeah, but I mean, the thing is that...
Is Wings of War realistic? No, nowhere near.
Is it fun?
Yeah, is it fun? Yes. And have you got loads of people playing it thinking it's realistic? Yeah. Is it realistic? No way in the world is any of it realistic.
Let's face it, in the case of both Tanks and Wings of War, is it a good gateway drug to more realistic wargaming? Oh, hell yes.
Yeah. In this case, I think it's a gateway to Flames of War.
Mm.
Well, it's a gateway to, if it gets people in the club who otherwise wouldn't be in the club playing World War II, and they watch people playing other more realistic World War II games on bigger tables with more and cooler figures, job done.
Yeah.
Luffy, what did you think, mate?
Well, the game, I don't know. It seemed, whether we were playing it wrong, but it just seemed a bit of just a cat and mouse all when we were playing it, wasn't it? I don't know.
I think reading what you put about, you never hit it and things, then I think it's a problem with all those sort of games, same with X-Wing or whatever, isn't it? Like, if you're playing it vanilla, you're going to get that sort of game.
Yeah,
once you start adding the upgrades, then it changes it a huge amount. Like, we were just having tanks going everywhere. They are blowing up everywhere and brewing up everywhere.
Whereas we couldn't get hit.
Yeah. I think I had I had Bartman in a Panther, and he took 3, and I had one of the great cards was somebody, Joe Wall or whatever, who was this special rule for a gunner was if he hits, he can hit another tank within, a movement arrow space with 3 attack dice. And that meant that some lucky dice rolling, yes, but I took out 3 tanks within 2 turns.
I think from the way you described it, I think there's 2 things that they've missed here, and it's probably the 2 things that would stop me from buying it. One is the movement arrow, just having a single arrow and being able to move any position, I think is a mistake. The thing I liked about X-Wing was you had to plan your moves.
The maneuver,
yeah, and you had specific maneuvers that you did. I think that sort of mechanic in this would have been a lot better. And also just having a single initiative. Because I think in X-Wing you've got an initiative for movement and an initiative for firing as well. So
it's all the same initiative.
No, it works on the same. Nothing's yeah. It's the same.
In tanks, but in X-Wing, if your initiative changes, it changes for everything. So if you've got veteran instincts on, you 2 better initiative, and that's for movement and for firing. In tanks, your upgrades will give you an increase to your initiative or shooting in the initiative or in the movement or the shooting phase. So some of the upgrades will make it that you're moving out of your initiative order, but you still have to fire in your initiative order. And conversely, some of them will let you, say if you're initiative 5, you're still moving in that phase, but then you're shooting at a higher initiative phase. So again, you can sort of like customize your crew a lot more than you can in X-Wing to mess around with that initiative.
Yeah, because it looks at the moment like a Panther with initiative of 7, so it's always going to move at the end, and you've got to have completely free movement where you're going to go, and then you're going to fire first.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then we had a 76 with War Daddy in it, who immediately gives 2 to the. So I think the initiative is 6, but he had 2. The card gave him an extra 2 initiative in the movement phase and in the shooting phase. So he was actually shooting. He was moving after my Panther and shooting before it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can the upgrades let you mess around with it a lot. Yeah. The movement thing is an issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, it gets me the fact that actually, I mean, and to be honest, the thing, not so much the front and back, but the thing I then twigged was on the following morning, I was only twigged, hang on a second, this means you can move sideways.
Yeah, you can pirouette with it, basically.
Well, yeah, but
if you've got a fast tank that can move 3, there's not a lot you can't do.
You can move sideways as fast as if you move, as fast as if you were moving forward. And
it's an abstraction.
But
is it an abstraction too far?
What I'm getting at is that, well, I mean,
you can't technically move as far sideways.
Oh, not quite.
No.
Not quite.
So you're moving slower.
By a tank
width. So if you're having to take, but I'm saying it's an abstraction, and it's still, you can argue to the cows from home. It's an abstraction, and you can do daft things with it.
Yeah. But it comes to the point where it's an abstraction, and it might as well have anything on the table. Why bother playing with tanks? We'll just play with blocks of wood, and it's just a game, isn't it? Because what I think what Neil's trying to get across here is that we're getting the feeling really that the game that it's portraying actually hasn't got any resemblance to what it's using, as in tanks. It could just as easily be, you could call it a cut down version of X-Wing.
Could just as easily be Flames of War.
You could stick anything. You could stick mechs down there.
Yeah.
But does that stop it being a good game?
Yes.
Why?
Apparently not. Given that Ruben, who trades as PE2 Collectibles, brought quite a bit of stock down to the club on Monday, ran a demo game and nearly sold out. And that's to seasoned wargamers.
It doesn't stop it being a good game. It stops it from being a realistic World War II game. Yeah, my argument is I've never seen a realistic World War II game that isn't abstracted apart from Final Combat. And play Final Combat. Every move is 1 second.
I don't think it's a case of being realistic or not. It's just we found it very gamey, didn't we, Neil?
Yeah.
Incredibly gamey.
Could this be because it's a game?
No, gamey. It's very gamey. It is. You're specifically doing things that just. Oh,
because you can.
Yeah, because you can. And you're thinking
with respect, it's Flames of War's baby brother, and that's perfectly true of Flames of War.
Yeah. And we're approaching it, or if you're looking at it from a seasoned World War II player who's already got your favourite set of rules, you've got an idea in your head how it should all work, then it's a rubbish. It is. You may as well, like you say, have anything down on the table. But that's not what it's aimed for.
Mm.
It's not aimed at us.
No. I think what'll be interesting is to see if it's still being played in 6 months or a year's time.
I think the frustration from my point of view is that actually, I turn around and say, look, the movement is ridiculous. There's certain issues around, like, for example, you get a bonus armor penetration if you're within a movement distance of your opponent. And I turned around and said, okay, so if you're within 4 inches of your opponent, you get +1. You basically get they lose a defense dice. Okay, and I went, okay, so that's like half the length of a cricket pitch. But my main argument is actually there is a kernel of a good game in there, but the mechanics and the way they work, to my mind, with a few tweaks, it would actually make it not only a better game, but a better experience. So for example, if you simply did a couple of things like, for example, let's consider vehicle targeting, for example, and the way that most World War II gamers would expect vehicle targeting to work, in the fact of you basically divide your tank into quarters. So you have front, side, rear. Okay? Simply doing that would mean that you have to think more about where you start letting your opponent get a side shot, and also you'd worry a lot more about them getting a rear shot in.
Which gives you more choices, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But then that would cause, for what they're aiming it for, which I'm pretty sure is new World War II players, probably a lot of X-Wing players who want to play it as a comp. What you're describing there has just killed the comp game into an argument.
I've got to say, I don't have a problem with the firing rules at all. I think, I can.
But the thing is, we talk about X-Wing players, but X-Wing works in that way. X-Wing has 4 quadrants. You have front, side, and rear.
You've got a base with your firing arc on it. You've got no firing arc on the tank.
They should have put them on
unless
base.
You're going to draw them on, or unless you're going to, well, to be honest, they could have done it if they had like 2D card bases, couldn't they? But the thing is that I think that would cause more arguments or disagreements, or it would add a layer of. To us, it seems like nothing, but I think it would, game design wise, for what they're aiming it to do, it would add that level of complexity. You wouldn't gain enough from it to worry about it.
As it stands, it's straight edge across the front of the tank. Are you in front or behind?
Yeah.
I think what it leaves, though, at the end of it, and what we thought, Neil, was it's flavourless.
And of course,
wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is,
the flavour, although it might not be flavour that you like, it might be a very strong chili flavour if you don't like chili, but the flavour will come from the cards.
Yeah,
absolutely,
definitely. I mean, it's still like, still might be you go there, which is fair enough, but that's where the flavour will come from.
Yeah, it's like on firing. It's like assault guns. The fact that an assault gun can fire at anything as long as it is in front of it, and anybody who knows anything about assault guns knows that they have a very, very limited gun traverse, and so basically, if they're not pointing at the target, it's out of their fire arc. Now, I know why they've done it the way it is. Because if they don't do it, so that they've limited the fire arc for an assault gun. Okay, because it's not going to turret. If you gave an assault gun its actual fire arc, i.e. straight down in front of the tank, no one would play them.
Yeah, or they give a template with like a 45-degree thing on it, and then...
To be fair, with the movement rules, you would never have to worry about it. If you were moving after somebody, you'd always be shooting them.
Yes. Yeah. But
as soon as you have to put a 45-degree template in the game box, you've basically invalidated the principles on which you obviously designed the game.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, Mike.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, the standard tactical approach to an assault gun is to get around its bloody flank anyway, because if you don't, it's going to traverse on its tracks and shoot at you. It's an abstraction, and it's fundamentally, from what I can tell from kibitzing on a game on Monday and listening to you guys, it's what the Americans would call a beer and pretzels game.
Yeah.
It's a good 45-minute, 60-minute, kill some time at the club, down the pub, want to get a game in before I go to bed, whatever game. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, the two things it's got going for it is 15mm tanks, so that if you want that, once you've got them, you can get more, and it's done the very sensible thing of not making you buy expansion packs to get the cards. And two, it's a good gateway drug.
Yeah, I mean, like the X-Wing players that are playing it down at the club, I've tried to teach them chain of command, nuts, you name it, we've tried it, and they won't play it. Yeah, I could explain to them, this is how it works, these are your stats, this is how it moves, this is how you shoot, and they're like, oh yeah, and they've got it.
Yeah.
Now, they're now no wiser about World War II tank battles than they were before they started.
But they'd be very
But
good.
they're wanting to play with, they've now got an interest in it, which might grow, who knows, and if it doesn't, who cares? Because it'll still be people playing with tanks.
If it doesn't, who cares? You can buy the tanks off them and add them to your collection.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, give it 6 months or 8 months and you'll be able to pick up 15mm tanks off people for pennies. It'd be great.
The thing, I think, and again, I mean, the proviso, and we had the discussion after the game, didn't we, Dave? Because, as I say, in the game that we played, we basically played for 3/4 of an hour, basically running round 4 buildings, hardly ever causing a point of damage. But we played the introductory scenario as recommended in the rules. We did.
I bet you were moving all the time too.
Yes, we were pretty much, weren't we, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So therefore, you're always going to get. Your defense dice is capped at 6.
Yeah.
But you're always going to get up to that if the fire is moving. Which, when you look at it realistically, what do you want to do in World War II to fire? You want to be stationary.
Yeah.
So that is almost making it more realistic.
Oh, I mean,
as soon as you do the stationary fire, the other person's throwing 2 less dice in the defence.
Don't get me wrong. There were, things like the way they actually sort that out with the fact that your defence is based on the fact that both you and your opponents are firing. Are moving is actually quite an elegant way of doing it.
And your American tanks get the national characteristic.
The gung-ho rule, yeah.
That it counts as 1 less than it's actually moving.
Yes.
So it can move 1 and you still don't get a defence dice from their movement.
Yeah. But
which you can argue is you stabilise it or whatever.
So that side of things is actually quite elegantly done. But as you say, I mean, we had a discussion, and actually, the discussion we had was that actually, maybe we should sit down and play this as a 100-point game, and sit down and work out, a couple of tank troops, put the upgrades on, and play it as a 100-point game, and see how different it is.
I still don't think you're going to like it. But it will be a different game.
Yeah. It's like playing X-Wing. You get the starter set of X-Wing, play that with no cards, and it's boring as hell. You need the extra stuff in it, don't you?
What is going to drive World War II gamers absolutely wild with, I think, is the fact that it's 100 points. So the competition game is going to be 100 points. So you're going to get people taking a Super Pershing, a 76, and maybe 2 75s. Or you're going to get people taking a Panther, a Tiger if it ever comes out, and a Panzer IV. There's absolutely no regard to any sort of organisation.
No, agreed.
Or that's all. And again, that will be the thing that really hits people. I think when people just
Well, I mean, actually, it's stupidly enough, it's probably less bothersome for a German player than it is for anybody else. Because with the German player, it did get to the point where the Germans basically fought with whatever they had.
Well, ad hoc, yeah, but I mean, it's still.
But yes,
you're going to have more Persians flying around than there were actually here.
Yes,
it's true. Yeah, like I said before, when we came on, I said my whole defence is going to be, why worry about it? So what? It's a game. So what?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go with it.
Yeah,
are they going to stick with tanks?
You've got to be careful of trying to turn it into something it's not.
Yeah.
Do you think we're guilty of that, Dave?
No, I don't think we are, because we've always said, well...
You're just hoping for more, I think.
No, well, we've always said that, we like games that we like, don't we? And, we don't actually look for realism. I think when you were talking about realism and everything earlier, I think that was probably the wrong wording, really, Neil. It's just... it's not ticking any boxes for us in a gaming manner, is it? I mean, we're
Can I ask you a question? Would Flames of War tick any boxes for you?
Well, yeah, that's not even...
Because fundamentally, this is Flames of War Light.
Flames of War isn't a bad game if you play it on a really, really big table.
Flames of War, the way the manufacturers...
How big's a really, really big...
Flames of War, the way the manufacturers you intended you to play it, is not that one.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's too packed. I don't mind playing Flames of War on 8x4 or an 8x6 with just a company. Playing on a 6x4, I think it's too cramped a game. They're trying to put too much on the table.
It all depends who you play as well.
Yeah.
Very true.
But that's like any game.
Yeah. Maybe I was hoping for more than what we got. And part of that is the fact that ultimately, when I started gaming playing tank battles. We were using a set of World War II rules, but we were just using the tank battle rules. For the infantry, we were just playing tank battles. And I was hoping it was going to, and it's something we talked about before. I mean, someone else mentioned, you have to realise that this is like, the miniatures equivalent of Flames of World of Tanks. And, and it's probably just as realistic as World of Tanks in the fact, basically employing that any relation to history was completely thrown out of World of Tanks. Now with an experienced World of Tanks player in our midst, would you agree with that statement, Dave?
No, not entirely. No. Because, no, at all. Crikey. Where do I begin with it? Yeah.
I must admit, it's not a game I would play. No. And that's just because of the movement rules.
Yeah. Now, I think the movement rules are the thing that ultimately, for me, break the game.
They are strange, but after a few games, they're not. You can do some pretty stupid things with them, but then when you do that, you're normally not in a very good position, so you don't really want to do them. So it's that sort of thing. Just because you can, should you, or do you have to? Then no, but people will do. But most of the time, I don't think it will actually benefit them that much with the way the rest of the rules work.
Are there any scenarios in the game?
Yeah, there's
4.
Four missions. Or
there's basically a like it's a typical engagement. There's a King of the Hill, where basically you have an objective in the middle of the table, and whoever has a tank within a certain a movement distance of the objective.
That really needs to be a bridge, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Yes.
It'd make you feel so much better if it was a bridge.
Yes. And then there's what else is there? I think there is something called a free for all, where basically everybody just controls the tank. And there's another one. I think there's an ambush or something like that. I can't.
Well, basically, bizarrely, the free for all actually has objectives in it.
Yes.
You place one in your opponent's deployment area, so it's like capture the flag base.
Yes, yeah. That's probably a better description of it, isn't it? Yeah, as capture the flag. Yeah, there's something more like that. So there are a few, but again, they're very arcade-like, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that would probably give it some flavour and make you try and work out how it's best to have your unit of tanks. Because if it's just a free-for-all, you're going to go for the biggest, heaviest tanks. But if you've got to capture objectives, then you need to have some light tanks as well. So that makes you think about how you put your forces together.
Yeah. In the end, I have a suspicion, especially when there's the only, we talk about wave 1 at the moment or whatever. So even the first couple of waves, I still reckon there's going to be there's quite an argument there for a swarm. In X-Wing terms.
Yes.
So 5 vanilla 75s are still going to be quite tasty to come up against.
Yes.
Than one Panther, souped up Panther, and maybe a couple of vanilla Panzer 4s or whatever.
Yeah, I mean
the amount of dice you can chuck out is still going to be an issue. Like it is next week. Throw enough dice, something's going to hit. And once you start adding the ammo cards and stationary fire into it, where you can re-roll your dice and they don't roll as many defense dice, then things do brew up pretty quick.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple of interesting things. Like, for example, on the German side, Wave 1, the thing conspicuous by its absence is the fact that there is no Tiger.
Yeah, but that's because Battlefront haven't produced a plastic Tiger.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Funny enough. Yeah. Yes. They have a Panther. They have a Jagdtiger. They have a Panzer IV, and they have a Stug. Oh, what are their plastic kits? Yes.
I think it's going to be hard to stat as well.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll talk about stats. One thing that drives me up the wall. Okay. Is looking at the stats and comparing the British and the American Shermans. And it's like, hang on a second, how come the American Shermans, the Sherman, the Sherman 75 versus the American Sherman 75 versus the British Sherman 5, okay? They're basically exactly the same tank. In reality, they are exactly the same tank, and yet they have very different stat lines. And the big thing is that the Americans can take 50% more damage.
Yeah, it's an American company.
Because that was the thing that really got me. It's like, hang on a second, you've got 4 Shermans here, and yet the American Shermans can take more damage than the British Shermans, but they're exactly the same vehicle. What is that?
Yeah, but it's left-hand drive, Neil. So the British drivers, they just get confused, mate.
You are over-analysing this, whoa,
I don't think you're the key demographic, Neil.
Yeah,
safe to say.
Yeah, and the thing
that's what it boils down to, I think, isn't it? Who are they aiming the game at?
Yeah,
and it's probably not any of us. Well, I enjoy it, so probably is me. But
evidently, you do.
Yeah,
and I won't buy it unless I am desperately short of something in 15 mil that it's the easiest way to get. But if someone says, let's have a game of it down the club and I've got nothing else on, I will probably play it for the proverbial shits and giggles. Because it sounds like fun. Which, last I checked, was the reason we were here.
I may be mistaken in this, but Mr. Luff, can you see us playing this again?
We might have another go, just to have another go, but that was the problem. We didn't see a lot of fun factor, did we?
No.
Well, I saw people walking away from a demo game and thrusting money into Ruben's hands, who are seasoned wargamers. So draw your own conclusions.
That me and Luffy are the miserable historical gamers that Mr. Hobbs warns everybody against. Yeah.
No, probably that Ruben's a damn good salesman.
It's because they hadn't figured out what they could do with that movement stick, Neil. That's what it He's just been putting it at the front all the time and moving it a little bit when he was demoing.
Oh no! So, yeah, when it was
he wasn't sticking it behind it. 360 twirling the tank around.
There we go then.
So yes, I think I think we've done that to death. But yeah, as you say, I think suitably, the argument of there are some people that are meant to play this game, and there are others that this game really isn't aimed at. And I think I fall into the latter category, except for the fact that it's got a Yank Panther in it.
But you can keep that and just use it for another game. I've got to say, if I wanted to play a game with just tanks in it, I'd probably play Iron Cross.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm being honest.
Yes, I'm going to agree.
I think for me,
then that would be still more complicated than who they're aiming at.
But I'd rather play a more complicated game for a couple of hours and enjoy it than play.
Oh yeah, I know you would. I mean,
What if you don't have a couple of hours?
Do.
He says, being
that's what we do. But
if I didn't have a couple of hours and I just I'd go to the bar at Firestorm and just chat for half an hour, which I found equally as enjoyable.
It's not aimed at us. That's the thing.
No, and I completely get that, and I like some of the mechanics. It looks okay, but I just wouldn't be interested in playing it.
So yeah, that's tanks. It's available from at this point in time virtually everywhere.
Especially PE2 collectibles.
Yes, PE2 collectibles amongst other things.
We got to give Ruben a plug.
Yeah.
So that's tanks. Yeah, I think so. We think we've had a conversation to death. Take from it what you will. But yes, some of us like it, some of us not so much. I think we're about done, guys, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Seems like it.
Is there anything else that anybody wants to raise or talk about in this show, or can we leave it till next time?
More to the point, are the conflicting sides of the opinions on tanks happy that they have stated their positions?
I don't think it's conflicting sides. It's not. It's not a. It's not a World War II game that World War II gamers will be probably happy with, but then
it is a game.
That's a very small amount of the people that could be playing it.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that, shall we?
Think about the expo. If you sat that demo down on a 3x3 in the expo, you wouldn't be able to make enough of those sets to sell.
And more to the point, you'd probably sell quite a few to kids 10, 12, 14, who'd then come round a wargame show with Dad and go, "Whoa, look, Dad, that's awesome." And if it's a gateway into the hobby, I'm all for it.
I agree with you.
I don't even think it would have to be a gateway. It'd be nice if it's a gateway to a hobby, but I think it'll be people will play it just as a game by itself after they picked it up.
Yeah,
as a game.
Yeah, but one of the points clearly is that the rules are not complex.
Yeah,
which means that you're going to get you're going to potentially get an age group in that you wouldn't get if you started out with Flames of War or Chain of Command or Baltic.
Okay.
And anyway, I think we've flogged this to death.
I'm just going to say one thing, and this is ultimately where my conflict is. Okay, as a gamer, I find that an encouraging statement. But yes, and Rich, actually, I agree with you. You put that in something like the Expo, and it will sell like the proverbial hotcakes. As an historical World War II wargamer, and someone whose interest, has as an amateur historian in World War II, that makes me sad.
Yeah, and if I put my World War II hat on, I'd feel exactly the same as you.
Yeah, and that's ultimately the conflict. But you see, so it's the two sides of the coin. I can see your argument, but especially with just everything I love about World War II tanks, it's just kind of go. Anyway, as you say, yeah, enough already. Otherwise, we'll just.
But if you're stationary, you're more likely to do damage. There we are. Take that from it. That's still better than a lot.
That's historical.
That's what I'm saying. So take that from it.
Indeed.
And it's still better than a lot of, so-called more historical rules do for that. Yeah, so.
And on that note, I think we'll bring it to a close. So, I think all that's left is to say thank you to everybody for being on the show tonight and for getting involved. So, thank you to Dave Luff.
Yep. Cheers. Now.
Thank you to Mike Whitaker.
You're welcome.
Thank you to Mr. Hobbs.
Yeah. Happy to be here as always.
And a special thank you to Rich Jones, mate. It's been so good to catch up with you again, mate.
Far too long.
Guild Ball won't be anything like
that. I must admit, I'm really looking forward to Guild Ball. Josh is desperate to get me playing Guild Ball. Because he had a demo of it at Salute and said, "Dad, we have got to play this game." So Josh is desperate for me to play Guild Ball. So I am looking forward to our Guild Ball conversation.
Football game, okay?
Put it this way, I'm expecting as much of a football game as Blood Bowl is American football.
Yeah, there we are. You're okay then.
Yeah. Okay, so promise for the future, we'll get Rich back on to talk all about Guild Ball since at the moment he's the only one of us who's played it. So we shall look forward to that.
Before we do go and say goodbye, there's one other little thing. A quick shout out, as the kids say, to WSS Magazine, who've started their own podcast.
Oh, indeed, yes. Yes.
It's on the History Network. We'll probably post a link to it. Give it a listen. I had listened to it earlier. It's very good. They got Angus Wallace on it.
Awesome.
I think he's really good at podcasting and stuff.
Yeah, and they got lots of little snippets from different guests. I mean, Rick Priestley turns up in it. Henry Hyde turns up in it. There's all sorts of people. Yeah,
very good podcast. Although I think they'll soon get bored of all that editing they'll have to do to edit all these people in. So I reckon give them a couple of episodes and it'll be like a cynical and.
Do they mention tanks?
Funny enough, they did mention tanks very quickly. Yeah. They spend, I think it's 2 minutes 39 seconds on tanks, just to kind of say it's out, and I'm looking forward to playing it. Says Guy. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. But having said that, their entire podcast was 39 minutes, which is roughly 2/3 of the length of our review of tanks.
Yeah, that's not a podcast.
It's about long enough for you and Luffy to argue about what you've been playing this week.
And on that note,
it's time to say goodbye. So thank you once again for listening. All being well, now we've had a bit of time off. We've got to get together and re-sort out what our recording schedule is going to be and what's coming up next. So I'll probably leave that in the very capable hands of Mr. Hobbs.
Here's my diary. Help yourself.
And we shall catch up with you, all being well, in a couple of weeks or so. Up until then, goodbye and happy gaming.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. If you've enjoyed the show, why not share it with others by leaving us a review on iTunes? And if you have any comments or questions, you can always email the show. The address is info@meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. And you can also visit our webpage, where you'll find a complete episode archive, all the View from the Veranda podcasts, rules reviews, and our blog of hobby items and news, which is updated several times a week. This is also where you'll find the links to our presence on social media, and here you can follow us on Twitter or join our Facebook group. And finally, here you can also find details should you wish to support us by making a donation to the podcast. All this on the Meeples and Miniatures website, www.meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 3.0 Unported license. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.